Hello and welcome to the Saturday mega episode for this particular Saturday. Apologies, this one's going to be a bit late. Um, I've been quite busy this Saturday all day, unfortunately, so I had to kind of put it off until now, which is very, very late in the night. So fun. YouTuber's life, you know what I mean. But yeah, we're back on Car Mechanic Sim. Let's go ahead and load up our save here. And yeah, so a few things. First off, um, it's a very nice time because we have reached 50 subscribers. This will be on the other videos as well. But yeah, we have reached 50 subscribers. So thank you to you all for um, getting us there. It was all your guys' work. I just merely provide the content. You guys are um, you're the stepping stone towards success on the channel. So again, thank you so much for that. We've reached our first goal in this for the channel. We're now going to be working toward our second goal, which is getting to 100, and then 200, 500, and so on. You know how it works. But yeah, we need to just keep on pushing. But yep, thank you to all that have subscribed, and if you haven't, and you've watched quite a few videos now, I don't know what you're waiting for. Um, if you continue to watch videos, it's like, clicking a button, it's not that hard. It's free, at least for now. You don't, you don't have to pay to click a button on here anyway. Uh, yeah, let's. So yeah, we give ourselves a round of applause for getting this far. Um, Second thing, um, my monitor, my second monitor, the power supply failed on it, unfortunately. And the power supply, I mean the little box you plug into the wall, essentially. Um, it had failed, so I don't have a second monitor, so things are going to be a little bit weird. Um, if I suddenly freeze like this, and then the game audio like disappears, or the game freezes, or whatever, more than likely I have tabbed out, because that's what happens to some of the games, and the games pause. Um, so that's the second thing, so my secondary monitor has failed on me. I'm probably going to go for a while without one. So I'm having to tab back and forth between my recording software and the game. Like right now, that's what it looks like there. The game has been completely frozen and there's no audio, so that's the way this one works. Unfortunately, go back into the game. There we go. So yeah, I kind of have to tab out to keep track of my timer here. But this hood is floating. Just noticed that. I was playing around with the car editor as well, and we can resize the engines and stuff like that for the Hot Rod DLC, because the engines for some reason in the game are just super tiny, which makes no sense. So we're gonna have to fix those. But yeah, let's go ahead and get on working. Um, so yeah, just remember, you guys shape the future of this channel, whether it becomes a success or becomes a failure. I mean, it's like I play a hand in that too, but you guys play just just as big of a role as I do. So yeah, thank you for that, and let's keep working on it. I know I certainly am. I'm going to keep providing the content. We're at like 300 and some odd videos already, I think. Or no, are we at like 100 and some? No, we're more than that. We're like 300 and some videos by now, I think. I can't remember. I looked at it a couple of weeks ago, and I can't remember the damn thing. Okay. So, as tradition, if you remember last time, we got this black Audi A8. I think it is. Let's see. Yeah, Audi A8. Okay. Yeah, it's like a. It's like, I guess it's like the R8, but family car version. It's got a V8 in it for some reason. I mean, hey, more power to you. And it's supercharged, so it's very fast. It's got a lot of power, being a supercharger and all. But the supercharger's busted. It looks like we're probably going to have to rebuild the engine. And based on the 5 pages, the engine has been completely destroyed. I bought it from an insurer for peanuts. Okay. So, yep, we're going to be pulling the engine. So that sounds great. Let's get our drain tools, because we already scanned the vehicle last Saturday, if I remember right. So I'm just going to drain all the fluids. No, I guess that doesn't have any. So if the audio ever cuts out and I'm just sitting here talking or whatever, this is what I'm doing right now. Just as an example, it's me tabbing out to my recording software to check the time, basically. Because I don't have a manual timer. See, with my second monitor, I'd have my recording software on the second monitor, and then I could just look to the right and see the time. Now I have to tab out because I'm only using one monitor now, which is unfortunate. And I don't exactly have the funds right now to replace the monitor. So, the power supply. I don't think I can find another power supply for it that I know of. I don't think they sell that kind of stuff, but if they do, they do. It is what it is. As well as if you're new here, welcome. Hopefully you find it in your. Hopefully you find this channel worthy of subscribing to, which is just fine. This is what we do on Saturdays. We play boring games. We play boring games all the time, but we're getting there. To me, 50s, it may not seem like a lot because, probably some of the channels you guys watch are, they're in the hundreds of thousands to millions of subscribers, and 50 subscribers is not a big deal to you, but it's a big deal to me. I really do enjoy seeing or finding out that people are liking my content. I know I'll get better and better as time goes on. Something I'll have to do, obviously. It's not going to be like this forever. That car had no oil in it. Alrighty then. Okay, let's see what we can do. This is probably rear-wheel drive. Yes. Aren't Audis like all-wheel drive cars? Usually? I'm not sure about that. Anyway. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, we are playing on expert mode, so you will not see the parts light up. The screws won't light up, the parts won't light up, nothing will light up, so we gotta know, either have the knowledge to know, or we got to figure out what parts come off before others. And being a car mechanic, I got a general idea. Although that doesn't always help me in this game. Finding this last damn bolt. Where'd you go? There you are. Okay, so that's that. Okay, let's drop this down. Okay, and generally I like to, not all the time will I do it, but sometimes, actually a lot of the time, I need to go back up. A lot of the time I do like to play as if I was actually working on this, as if I was actually doing the tasks in a real life scenario. So the real life scenario would be getting these exhausts off as well. Yeah. Now generally you wouldn't take them apart like that. You would just disconnect them from here and here, You see my white dot? You disconnect those, and then the exhaust is disconnected. And that usually is a very, very painful process, depending on how old the vehicle is. The exhausts never get taken apart. It's pretty crazy. Looks like that airbox should clear. No, I'm not going to do it here, but in real life I would probably take this right here off. And there'd probably be like an air hose. Big old rubbery air hose going from this box here. This is the air box. This is where the air filter's housed. And this is the throttle body. So it sucks air in to this box, goes through the filter, out the tube, and into the supercharger. And into the intake for most cars. But this one just happens to have a supercharger. Okay, so this battery would probably, I don't know, on an Audi. Is the battery located up here? I'm not quite sure. Never worked on an Audi before. But yeah, I would remove this here. I'd also remove the radiator entirely to give me more space, because I've got to, normally you would not disconnect the transmission from underneath the car. You disconnect it from the engine, of course, but you would just leave the transmission there. You wouldn't pull the transmission completely out unless you absolutely had to. But, I don't know. It just depends. But yeah, we're going to be pulling that engine. So we got everything else out of the way. Just need to move this over. Let's go ahead and pull this out. There we go. So we've got the engine pulled. I'm just carrying around the engine in my pocket, you know, however many hundreds of pounds that thing weighs, just in my pocket. My pockets are, they're big. I got deep pockets, okay? I mean, look at my money. I got deep pockets. That's a terrible joke. Let's go ahead and install this. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. This is a beautiful V8, by the way. It's got a high-rise intake, supercharger. I don't know if this type of engine would have 2 serpentine belts, although I have heard of some V8s having 2 serpentine belts, so maybe that's what this engine's kind of based off of. I think the one with 2 serpentine belts was it was I can't remember, was it like a 700 horsepower? It was a V8, I know it was made by GM. I'm trying we'll forget it, whatever. Oh, I should also mention too, I have been drinking some very, very special drink today. I'm not going to mention what it is, because YouTube hates it. YouTube hates them for this one simple drink. It's one of them videos. Let's go ahead and remove that. So those would already be removed before I got the engine even up here. That fuel filter is usually on the fuel rail, so or not the fuel rail. Well, it is on the fuel rail, but it's usually on the suspension, or not suspension, the car's framing, the body framing. That's usually where the fuel filters are. They're about halfway up the car or so, or maybe 3/4 of the way up the car, closer to the engine up front there, but they're still on the car's frame. Usually is where they put those fuel filters. I mean, sometimes, yeah, they do hide them behind the engine and stuff like that, but it's just easier to put it down there. Okay. That's off. The next thing I'd probably take off, let's get this exhaust out of the way. Oh, missing one. Oh. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Geez, the bolts are so tiny on this. Let's get that. get these out of the way. Rusty for some reason. This is a newer engine, it shouldn't be rusty. Okay. But yeah, most of the time cars have one serpentine belt, and they also have tensioners. Not just a pulley, not just a random pulley that you take off. I mean, there might be some cars built like that, but I think that would just absolutely suck if there was. Where you had to take a pulley completely off just to loosen the belt, and then somehow getting that back lined up and tensioned. This tensioner right here, normally, you see this little hole right here? This normally a ratchet fits in here, and then the way this pulley is set, you can tell because the belt goes around it this way on top. Normally you'd put the ratchet in there and then you turn it to where this tensioner would then rotate downwards in a circular, obviously because it's pivoting here. And then that would pivot downwards, and then you take the belt off and then you let the tension back up and it would just kind of sit there. And you wouldn't do this unless you needed to replace it. Okay, so there's that. Since we're doing a full rebuild, we'll just go ahead and take all of our pulleys. Let's take all of our pulleys off the engine here. Normally, I think a lot of these in this type of engine would be like on a... There would probably be some supporting pieces bolted onto the engine that would be holding onto the pulleys rather than the pulleys directly bolted through the timing cover. Just going based off my general knowledge, I know a lot about V8s. Oh, that's another thing too. If I ever become incoherent at some point during this video, I apologize, because I have been having some very special Kool-Aid tonight. So it's gonna be very interesting working on this engine. Okay. So yeah, we'll just pull all the pulleys off. Let's get that supercharger. Oh no. Need to pull off the fuel rails first. Looks like. Okay, now the supercharger. Alright, there's that. Now let's go ahead and pull these off. Get the ignition coils and spark plugs out of the way. Well, by the way, if you are new and you don't know about engines, there's a reason this is called a V8. Because there's 8 cylinders, there's 4 on this side, there's 4 on this side, and it's in a V pattern. So V, and then 8 cylinders. You'll see why there's 8 cylinders and what that means in a little bit. I'll kind of explain to it a little bit, but I have a hard time explaining stuff to people who don't know. It's not because they're stupid or anything, it's just because I don't know how to communicate that kind of knowledge to the people that don't know. The people that at least know a little bit about engines or a little bit about cars, it's a lot easier to speak to them. I'm no teacher, so. And this is also what you would consider a, if you ever see on an engine the letters DOHC, this is one of those types of engines. This is what's called a dual overhead cam engine. So these are the camshafts. So there's 2 cams on either engine head. One runs the intake valves, like these here. This one, where my white dot is, this one specifically. This one runs what's called intake valves. So this is the intake here, and this is the intake ports that go into the head. So this one turns, pushes. You can see these are springs here, all the way around, all the way along, and they push these little lobes right here on this. That's what they're called, lobes. This is the intake one. Opens those up at a certain specific time, opens up the intake valves, pulls the fuel and air mixture into the head here. And this is the exhaust one. So when the exhaust is all, or when the fuel and air mixture is all burned up, then these valves, they don't get pushed down all at the same time, but they get pushed down, and then these 4 ports here are the exhaust ports. So it's a dual overhead cam. They say overhead because it's in the head itself, essentially. So that's why that is. Alright, we'll go ahead and pull off that intake. Let's go ahead and pull off the timing cover. As you can see here, the crankshaft turns, and that's what turns the cams on these timing belts. More than likely, that's probably just one timing belt, but yeah, who knows? Every engine in every car is different, no matter if they're the exact same car, the exact same engine. It's just all how they're how they get taken care of. Okay, I'll just take the heads off this. So, like I've said before, don't ever take this game too seriously. It's more of a general knowledge game. I mean, yes, it is a simulator, but it doesn't portray everything there is to know about mechanics and about cars and stuff like that. There's only so many engine types, obviously, you can put into the game itself. There's only so many engine types and only so many parts you can have. And if I had to guess, say, if I had to guess how many parts there are in this game based on the number of cars, I would say there's probably 5 times more parts in real life to the same number of cars there are in this game. There's probably 5 times more parts in real life than there are in this game, with the same number of cars. Reason being just because there's a lot of stuff they leave out, and obviously, like I said, the parts are generic. The engines are generic. The engines are based on real life engines, but they're not exact. So, which annoys the crap out of me, but might be a lifesaver for somebody who doesn't know that kind of knowledge. It'll be a lifesaver for them because there won't be a million billion parts. Alright, look at us go. We got the engine completely taken apart. That only took us maybe 20 minutes. Less than that. Okay. So like always, let's go ahead and repair all that we can. I know I'm wasting money here, but I really don't care. I really don't in this game. The amount of money you spend repairing parts that are damn near brand new is honestly not that bad. And there's not many parts we can repair. A lot of it was junk, so we'll just go ahead and repair what we can. Okay. I guess that was it. I guess the rest of it's junk. Alright, so one of the cool things you can do in this game, and I do love this, is you can see all the bad parts here, right? Let's go ahead and sort this by condition. Okay. Actually, you know, let's sort it by name. The other way. There we go. Okay, so now we know what we need and how many we need of it. So if you look down here and you see how it says spacebar, this is a spacebar icon, by the way. Add to shopping list. I love this game for this. This is a really nice, by the way. So I'm just gonna hit space on everything that's red, basically. So we know each car only has one alternator. It only needs one belt tensioner. 4 cams, 4 cam gears. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And it needs a crankshaft bearing cap. It only needs 3 of those. Obviously, only 1 engine block. 1 fuel filter, 2 fuel rails. So 2 of these. The reason I'm buying 2 is because I don't know where that broken idler roller is, and this game is very specific about putting brand new parts or fixed up parts back in the spot where they're supposed to be, back where the broken one was. So if you don't get it exactly where the brand new one or the one you fixed back where it's supposed to go, the game will get angry. So I'm just going to buy 2. They're super cheap, so it's not a big deal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Same with these. 5. Same with these as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the reason I know how many there are without counting is because it's the V8. So it's going to have 8 ignition coils, 8 spark plugs, 8 piston rings, 8 pistons. There's a lot of 8s in this. So there's only one of these. So the piston rings were good. Generally, if your pistons are this badly damaged, this badly worn, the piston rings are even worse. There wouldn't be good piston rings on bad pistons unless you had a really shitty mechanic who decided, oh, we'll replace the piston rings, but then didn't inspect the pistons for some reason. Just decided, oh, they're good. And it just threw his hands up in the air and said they're good, even though they're clearly not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all good. Same with the rod caps. The rod caps go on the pistons, so we know there's 8 of those. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One of those. Any bad spark plugs? No. Okay. Supercharger was bad. The supercharger intake was bad. The serpentine belt, both timing belts, water pump, and water pump pulley. Okay. So that should be all the parts. Then we can hit T. Let's go over to electrical. Alternator. Okay, I think that was the only electrical part I'm not mistaken. So, belt tensioner, 4 of these, 1 of these, of course, 3 of these. Now on V8s, there's generally 5 of these, but not in this game, unfortunately. Which just bothers the absolute crap out of me. So my guess in a railroad situation, since we have to replace the block is too damaged to repair, is I've actually worked with this type of deal before, where the engine block was not repairable because one of the pistons had broke into pieces, and it shoved itself clear through what we call the cylinder wall. Did I buy one of these? I probably did. Oh, they're cheap anyway. I can just sell it back. And I'll show you what the cylinder wall is in a minute. Of course, once we buy our things. But yeah, it punctured one of the pistons clear through the side of the cylinder wall, which is not repairable at all. The block is junk. Ignition coils, that's electricals. Let's go back to electrical. Ignition coils. Back to the normal. So 8 of those. Rod cap. Alright, and then one of those, of course. One of those. One of those. One of these. 2 of those. one of those, and one of those. Okay. That should be everything we need because we weren't missing parts. Right. Part mount. Okay. Just for the moment. So these are what we call cylinders. These are big round holes, the big ones. These are cylinders. This is where the pistons go in, and this is where the fuel and air mixture gets sucked into this, what they call the cylinder. And then the piston comes back up, squeezes the fuel air mixture, ignites it, causes an explosion, pushes the piston back down, piston comes back up, pushes the exhaust out, and yada yada yada. All the bells and whistles are along there. So the cylinder wall is this flat wall here. So one of the pistons had pushed its way through the cylinder wall, broke a big old hole in it, and well, the engine's no good after that point. So it was a pretty bad deal. So first thing, obviously, we're going to put the crankshaft back in. Put the crankshaft caps back on, obviously with their bearings, because bearings are in a real life engine. Okay, now that those back on, I need a way to be able to turn this crankshaft. So, because when you torque these on, it's going to be a little bit harder to turn this crankshaft without touching things you shouldn't be touching with your fingers anyway. So we're going to put this back together. Now I'm not only always going to do it this way, I'm just showing you just for the first time in the video like I do every time. Put that back on. Okay. So now we're going to put the pistons back in. Brand new pistons. Brand new piston rings and brand new rod caps. By the way, if you're curious why it's called a rod cap, it's because this part of the piston, where my thing is at, this is the piston head. The shaft right here, it's like a flat shaft bit. This is the rod, this is the piston rod, and then this is the rod cap up here. Unfortunately in this game, so yeah, piston head, piston rod with the piston rings, and then piston cap, or the rod cap. And they also all have bearings as well. Gonna put these back together. Always takes a while on these because there's 8 of them each. So. And yes, in real life you do put the piston rings on the pistons, and then you use what's called a ring compressor, compress the rings, and then shove the piston into the cylinder. This will be on the test, so you need to remember this stuff. Now, I wouldn't go rebuilding based on the knowledge of this game. I would not go and rebuild an engine on your own. If you truly don't know what to do, I would just leave it up to the professionals, even though you gotta spend tons of money to leave it up to the professionals. I get it. But if you truly want to work on your car on your own and repair everything that it could possibly need, a repair manual is probably one of your best shots. And you can get a repair manual online, Amazon, stuff like that. Just put in your car's information into the Google search and then type repair manual after that. So say it's a 2010 Chevy Impala, we'll just say, just as an example. Just type in 2010 Chevy Impala repair manual to Google, and you'll find the repair manual for that. And it'll either be made by Chilton or Haynes. Both of them are good. The best option, some people prefer one over the other, but the best option is just have both, because they both have really good information that the other one doesn't. So it's just the way they are. Both of them are really good repair manuals, but they're repair manual brands. Just I would say one's for the more experienced, and you just need like a refresher on something, and the other one's more for the not so experienced, and it's got like pictures and things like that. Or it's got more pictures, I should say. That's okay. Alright, so we got all that. I'm gonna put this fuel filter here, even though, yeah, I did buy 2 of them. Whoops. Oh well. Let's go ahead and get the intake. So the intake does have bolts in this game. This game doesn't have them all. Alrighty. So then we'll go ahead and put these on there. Since we repaired these, let's put them back. So yeah, and then in a real life scenario, there's going to be timing marks, or there's going to be a very specific procedure on how you time these together, these camshafts with the crank. There's four cams, and then there's 1 crank. So this all needs to be timed together perfectly, because if not, what can end up happening is one of these valves will open at the wrong time, and those pistons we were talking about will come up and smack that. It'll smack that valve and bend the valve. So, and that could lead to just ultimate destruction of an engine. So, this all needs to be timed very specifically and very correctly. So you need to know the procedure on that. And if, like I said, if you don't know what you're doing, or you have extreme doubts, or you have doubts about what you're doing, either ask somebody who knows, or ask somebody who knows to do it for you. Because nowadays engines are so specific on how they run and what needs to be done when they're running. And if you don't have that, you don't have somebody helping you, or you don't have the knowledge, stuff like that, and you end up messing it up, it's going to cost you. Nowadays, it's going to cost you in the thousands. And I'm not just talking in the single-digit thousands. It could be in the tens of thousands for certain repairs. Especially if you screw it up to the point where it's even worse than it was when you started. So, just be very, very careful. Now I can tell you some of the things that anybody could do at home pretty easily, if they, as long as they look it up, obviously, and know exactly what they're doing, and don't mess it up at least too badly. Oil changes is something that just about anybody can do at home. Oil changes are pretty dang easy. On this specific engine, let's rotate it. Oh wait, hold on. Let's put this back on first, or put this on fully. So, oil changes are pretty easy. So most cars are going to have like a bolt in this oil pan. This is going to be the lowest part on the engine itself. You'll see the engine, and then you'll see a big old pan that looks funky, or it looks like I guess it looks like a bowl, like a weird looking bowl or something like that. It'll have a bolt in it, and it'll be the lowest part on the car. It'll be pretty close to the ground, especially if it's a car. Pretty low to the ground, and you just take that bolt out with something to catch fluid, a big pan, like a big bowl or a big drain pan. I'd go get a drain pan from something like Walmart or whatever. And then pull that bolt out with automotive tools, and then it'll drain somewhat like dark fluid, like black or like a dark brown, super dark brown. I mean, if it's like chocolatey brown or like chocolate milk brown, I'd be a little more worried. But yeah, you could drain the oil that way, and then it's it's really hard to explain to somebody who doesn't know. I could show them it, and I could do it that way, and it'd be much easier to understand. I guess you could look it up. Probably here on YouTube, there's probably tons of YouTube channels and stuff like that to do auto mechanics. Now, I would do that for this channel. The only problem with doing that is I don't have enough vehicles to be able to show you and give you the general knowledge on how to do a lot of that kind of stuff. As well as I'm not super comfortable yet with showing my face online. I'd rather keep my identity a secret right now. Plus, I don't have the money for the webcam, so. Okay, let's go ahead and install this. Bang, bing, bang, was boom. Pull out. I guess if I don't want to be a dad, I better. Okay. We're just gonna move on from that. I'm such a child sometimes. Okay. Car status. Yep, we repaired everything. Look at that. Beautiful. Other tasks. Yeah, we did all that. Headlight alignment and windshield washer fluid. Why does they want a headlight alignment? Whatever. And not like a wheel alignment. We could do the wheel alignment. The wheel alignments are free anyway. Okay, so first off, alright, so I guess I could show you here in this game how to do a general oil change. You could probably just use the knowledge, but yeah, so on the normal car underneath, say you're underneath the car right now. Also, we need to, let's go ahead and put these in there. Let's put our suspension back on. Starter, drive shaft. Again, did I do it? I think I did it. I'm not sure though. Was not paying attention. Nope, drive shaft there. Okay, good. So yeah, underneath the car, see this little round thing right here? This is called an oil filter. So after you've pulled out this plug here, sometimes they're on the sides, sometimes on the back here. It just depends on the car. But yeah, you pull out that bolt with automotive tools, so that'd be like more likely that'd be a ratchet and a socket. Do not choose the long sockets, which are called deep well sockets. Choose the really short socket, no extensions unless you absolutely have to. Do a short socket and a ratchet. And then obviously, if you ever heard the term lefty loosey, righty tighty, lefty loosey. So, and that's from the top. So counterclockwise is to the left, which is loose. So you turn that bolt counterclockwise. So here's the noon, 11, 10, 9, 8, counter the way the clock goes. So that's loose, lefty tighty, righty tighty, lefty loosey. There we go. Yeah, you turn that bolt out, let all the fluid drain till it's like at a dribble or a very, very tiny stream. And then you can come over here and you can take this filter off. They have oil filter wrenches. They have a very specific tool for taking off oil filters if they're stuck. Sometimes you can just turn them off with your hands if you're strong. Sometimes they get stuck, things like that. And then up here on this little surface here, I don't know if we can zoom in. On this little surface here, there's going to be a rubber ring, if it's there. If the oil ring is not on your filter, like go onto your filter that you just took off, try to find the rubber ring. It'll usually be black or orange sometimes. Sometimes orange, yellow, most of the time black. But if there's a rubber ring on your filter, you know you got the ring off. But if the ring is on here, it's stuck on here, take the ring off there and then wipe this off with a towel, a paper towel, rag, things like that. Try not to get paper towel crap all over all over it. If you're using paper towels, try not to get too many fibers up there. But yeah, make sure there's no ring on there. If it is, wipe the surface off with a rag or whatever till the surface is shiny. Just kind of wipe it off there. And then you're done with that part. And then once your oil is just like a drip, like a very, very slow drip, then you can put that plug back in right here, this bolt here. Put that plug back in, tighten it down. Don't hulk it down too much. You don't want to strip it. Just hulk it down till you think it's relatively tight. Some books will tell you the exact torque of it. I just kind of tighten it down and go, eh. Give it a little eh. But like I said, try not to tighten it down too much to where you strip it out. Just get it tight enough. That just comes with practice, by the way. Tight enough. And then what you're going to do is you're going to grab your brand new filter that you would have went to the part store for. And you're going to put this brand new oil filter on there. Then you're going to get out from underneath the car. You don't have to have a lift for this, by the way. A car jack. Hell, not even a car jack sometimes. If you can fit underneath the car anyway. Yep, then we're going to go over here. And you're going to locate your dipstick, which is right here on this car specifically. But usually there'll be like a yellow handle like this, like a ring. Something with the with like an oil symbol on it, which oil symbol is basically like it looks like a genie lamp is the best I can explain it. I'm not exactly sure, but it looks like an old oil thing where you pull the little handle and oil squirts out back in the old days. But I forget what that's called. But yeah, it looks kind of like a genie lamp, I guess you could say, like up on here. And if you would have went to the parts store, they would have given you the amount of oil you'd need, but it's not going to be exact all the time. Sometimes it's in quarts, sometimes it's like 6 quarts, sometimes it's like 6.5 quarts, sometimes it's like 7.25 quarts, weird things like that. Oh, there it is. So there's the symbol right there. Kind of looks like a genie lamp. That's kind of what it looks like, and you'll get the proper oil for your car. So then let's go ahead and fill that. So what you want to do in this situation is you want to put about half of what the part store gave you. I would say probably put about half of that in. So if they gave you 6 quarts, you put 3 in. Right, so that's full on this car, by the way, just because of that thing. And then you're going to check it. And you can see most cars have a minimum and a maximum line. So the line closest obviously to the minimum is the minimum line. You want to be in the cross hatches, you can see them. There you can see the diamond shapes. That's generally where you want to be, what you want to be close to the max, if not right on. Then you just keep filling 1 quart at a time until you get there. And that would be your oil change. And then you'd start the vehicle up or let it run for a few minutes. Once the dipstick was at the max line, that'll drop it down a bit, check your dipstick again, and then put some more oil in if it needs it. Just keep it on that max line. Obviously, don't pull the dipstick while it's running. Always pull the dipstick, wipe it off with a rag, and then, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. And then put the dipstick back in, wait a few seconds, pull the dipstick back out. This is with the engine off. Pull the dipstick back out, check it again, and then just put a little bit in at a time after the car was ran. Put a little bit at a time until you can get it to that max line. And that's a full oil change. Obviously, it does take practice, so as you do oil changes more and more. Now, the coolant filling, the coolant system is a little bit different. Um, so you find the cap where you put coolant in. Normally, it's not going to be the reservoir. There's either going to be a cap on the radiator itself up front here, or there's going to be like a cap somewhere else. Generally, on most American cars, there's going to be the reservoir. The reservoir is just so if the system is overfilled, it can put stuff back in, or if it's low, it can pull fluid into the system. But you never want to fill just off that jug. You want to fill the radiator and the cooling system itself first. Then start the car, run it, let it warm up. We'll let it warm up to temperature, stuff like that. I'm going to start not making sense here in a little bit. Okay, and then this. If I don't make any sense to anybody out there who also knows mechanics, just know that I have been drinking Kool-Aid, so I'm starting to not make sense, I think. I'm probably going to go back over the footage and be like, what the hell? I'm not even talking English. Okay, that should be all the fluids filled. Okay, so now it just wants a headlight alignment. And let's move the car. Test path, that's what it was. That's where the headline... We're going to give this guy a free alignment as well. Why not? Yeah, he needs one bad. Oh yeah, I forgot you could actually just click these. It was like using the keyboard and shit. Like an idiot. Okay. There we go. Should be everything, okay. Let's move this car back to car lifter A, give myself a free teleport. Car status, finish order. And look at that. We leveled in, we didn't forget anything. Very good. So we're at 6 points now. I guess it doesn't matter. Unlock. So now we just gotta level up once more, and then we can get everything. There. We're at 40 grand, so let's go ahead and buy the dyno. And there we go. Now we have everything. Look at us go. Look at that, dyno. Got a brand new dyno, car dyno. The car dynos are actually cool. I've never gotten to use one, but they are really awesome to watch in action. They're also kind of scary too because things can go wrong. Yeah, I know there's no car here, but that looks cool. Alright. Let's go back and see if there's any more story orders. I don't remember. It has been way too long. Actually, we should give this place a little bit of a tune-up, huh? Where's the ladder? Alright. Selection garage for a default. Oh, heck yeah. I actually like that. There's a lot of options. I like that too. That looks cool. No. You would never have the heads-up floor. Unless it was like a tile that made it look like that, but you would never have that as a floor. Actually, like yeah, this is cool. This reminds me of an old garage, or like a racing garage. It's pretty good. I think that's what we're gonna go for this. Garage upper walls. Let's see what kind of options do we have here. Quite a few actually. Option 15 looks good. Also like this one, the default. Yeah, option 15. Lower walls. I like that. The white walls look nice. I mean, it doesn't look clean, obviously, but it looks good. I don't think there's anything else or any other. There's no good ones, I would say. Like the marble looks good, option 13. It's too dark though. It's way too dark. Yeah, that's way too dark. I actually like this. You know, yeah, we're gonna go with that. All right. Lifter A. Or no, lifter. Sorry. We got blue lifters, shiny blue lifters, red lifters, yellow lifters, white lifters, blue lifters. Let's go with blue lifters. I like that. Lifter arms. I do like them being yellow. I think that looks good. Yeah, let's go with yellow. Tire changer. Yeah, I want it to look nice-ish. Like they're somewhat new. Yeah. I don't like the super dirty lifter. Alright, locker. Yeah, that looks good. Cabinets. Ooh. Yeah, blue cabinets. Upper walls. The blue looks nice. The options 7, 11, 12. A white. Oh, they do have a white. Good. Do you have any other whites? Yeah, that looks good. And lower walls. No. No. Do they not have a matching? I guess you would have to go with brick, wouldn't you? Go with that brick, maybe. Could like do a blue repair shop. No, because I have an idea of what I want to do for the doors. And definitely out in this desert, you wouldn't want a black. So gates. I like option 2. Keep option 2 in mind. Ooh, I like this though. I do like the blue gates, option 8. Option 2 looks good. Let's do option 8. Yeah. Okay, workshop floor. Obviously, we're going to go with the same as what we have in there. And then the upper walls, obviously we're going to go with the same thing we have in there. Which is white. Option 16. Or 15, sorry. Option 15. Oh, this is the tester. The test path floor. We're going to go with that, of course. Wait, why is it? Oh, that's weird. I don't like that center strip, that is weird. Service hole. Go with that because that matches the outside. The upper walls. And the lower walls. Yeah, that looks good. Paint shop, the upper walls. These probably wouldn't stay white for very long. Then the lower walls. Very nice. Then the shop floor. Obviously that. And then that. Wait, does grid A or B not have a black? So default, okay. And then B. Okay, so that's the best we can have there. Obviously we're going to go with that. And then that, of course. There's no other way to make it match. Okay. Alright, building B, upper wall. We went with like a white, didn't we? Like a gray. Then the lower wall was this one. The test path gate. So option 2 is the only one, I think. Yeah, okay. Shop gate, option 2. Car wash walls. We went with a white. The dyno upper walls. There we are. Dyno floor. Aha, there we go. So just like that. And then this one, option 7, and then lower wall was this. And the gate, of course. Option 2. Option 8. I want to clean up the trash. Wait, go back. So it is option 2. That's the only one, because option 8 is default, so... Okay. There we are. Hey, very nice. Cleaned up a lot of the trash. It's a little oily. But it actually looks decent. Looks like a proper shop, in my opinion, anyway. And everything matches. Yep. Everything matches. I wish you could make the trims match. That would be nice. Okay. Let's go back in here. I think we got everything, don't we? Other than the this last upgrade here, which got a level once more. I think we should be good there. Alright. Do we have another story order? We do. Lincoln Continental. Good morning. I was just on my way back from an accidental acquisition. My wife sent me to finally buy the promised car for my mother-in-law. I got back late from work yesterday. I'd been searching for something since this morning, but I ended up on an auction anyway. Unfortunately, fatigue began to have effect. I nodded off before the console and unintentionally won this beautiful car. It's actually not that bad. Perhaps I'm defending my stupid purchase just a bit. I will pay double for it, because here comes your part. Please check what's wrong with it and get it up and running. Perhaps we'll manage to get out clean from this misunderstanding. I'll be waiting for the results. Good luck. Never auction when you're tired or impaired, just like you never drive when you're impaired. Don't drive under the influence, and don't auction under the influence. It's probably not a good idea. Yeah, we'll take it though. We'll take the Lincoln Continental. It's not, wow, it's a very, well, obviously Lincoln's going to be a very long car, but let's move that to the car wash. Alrighty. I know I just said that, but it's been like 20 minutes for you guys in the span of a millisecond. It was about 20 minutes for me. Went and took a drink, took a little break. Better slow down before I get too incapacitated here. Okay. Oh, and also never auto mechanic while under the influence. I've done that before. It's not a good time. Working around power tools. Trying to work on a car for sale. Oh, nice. Trying to work on a car. Alright. That's an interesting design. So you got a running light and a blinker on the fender here. Bottom side. Very strange. Very, very strange. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do all the usual check. I don't think this car is going to run. Oh yeah, right. It's too old. Of course it is. Compression tester. Hey, we can use it. Nice. Go. Oh wow, yep. Looks like we might need a rebuild. Or at least a top-end rebuild. We'll have to do a top-end rebuild. Oh no, crankshaft. Is that on the list? See, if crankshaft is on the list, we'll have to do an engine rebuild. Yep. Crankshaft is on the list, so we do know that we need a rebuild. Now this is more of an engine I'm used to. It's not the exact engine that's supposed to be in here, but it's close, I guess. Excuse me, I had a bit of a hiccup there. Meep meep. Clickety clickety clack. Meep meep. This is the longest process. Okay, so starter's bad, ignition coil. Okay. Tread tester. We're just getting all the experience so we can level up. Fuel pressure tester. Fuel filter, fuel pump, carburetor. Okay. Also, we forgot to do something very important. Sell parts. Sell all parts. Alright, let's go ahead and open the case. No. Inventory. There we go. Alright, let's do the two outside ones. Oh, bonus case. Very nice. And a barn map. Alright, left of center, right of center, bonus case, and some money. Alright, we'll do center, right. Center, right. Oh, we didn't get any experience. That's what we need. I mean, we could use money too, but we got 2 freaking barn locations though. So not bad. I do like this in here. I do like the white. I think the white looks really good. I wish I could have colored this floor. By the way, that's the only thing. Tab. Tab. There it is. Okay. We have a lot of barn locations. That's the only thing in here. It's just barn locations. Okay, back to the car. So we know we need an engine rebuild, and we're probably going to have to drain the fluids and blah 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 blah. Drain the brake fluid. Drain the power steering. Drain this. And drain this. By the way, you would not drain a radiator this way. Normally, this old radiator, what you would do is there's usually a hose down here at the bottom, either on this side or this side, over here. So what you do is you loosen up the hose clamp, have a pan ready because there's going to be a lot, and then you pull off this hose clamp, obviously on this radiator, it's on this side, so pull off this hose completely off this, and then let it drain into a pan. And that's how you drain the cooling system. And let's go ahead, now that we've drained the fluid, let's go pull the radiator out. I think that's the only thing that would be in the way. So with this engine, the distributor being up front here, I'm going to go ahead and leave it connected. In most V8s, at least the ones I've worked on, the distributor is back here instead. And you got to pull the distributor out in order to pull the engine out, because the firewall, which is this flat panel back here where my marker is, this firewall here, it's called the firewall in case there's a fire in the engine. It doesn't, hopefully it doesn't reach through the firewall and catch the interior on fire in the event of an accident of some kind. But yeah, the firewall. Usually the engine's clear up against the firewall and wouldn't allow this distributor to be in the engine and come out without being broken because it's not very much clearance. Not just on this car specifically, just on the vehicles I've worked on. The engine's clear up against the firewall and sometimes partially underneath it. Or partially in, there's usually like a little gap right here. Kind of curves back down here where the transmission is. It's strange. But anyway, moving on. Let's just get this done and over with. Okay, first thing. So in most cars, this drive shaft here, the drive shaft, doesn't bolt onto the transmission like this. Most cars are going to be automatic, and even manual transmission vehicles, the drive shaft is going to slide into the back of the transmission. It's not going to be bolted like this. It's going to slide into the transmission and not be bolted. It's just going to be a thing. But for the sake of this game, I guess all of the bolts, or all of them, are all bolted on both ends. But it will be bolted on. Crap, I think I might have screwed myself. Oh, wait. Ah! I did it. They are going to be bolted back here on the rear end, especially, well, that type of shaft, obviously. It's going to be rear-wheel drive. Okay, get the transmission off. And most cars nowadays, even this car, even this old Lincoln Continental, is going to be automatic. An automatic transmission, unless it was specifically asked for. Yeah, this is the V8. I'm more, I guess you could say more experienced with this type of V8. Not this one specifically, but this type of V8. I'll show you why in a little bit. But we're going to go ahead and rebuild this engine. Put that back. Okay. Drop the engine. Or drop the engine, drop the car. Move our engine lift. Put that back. Pull out. Because we do not want to be having kids. And move this back that way. And then put it on the engine stand. Not a bad engine. This is the standard V8 for this game. Unfortunately. I wish my V8s, the V8s I worked on, especially the race car motors, because I have raced as well. I have been in car races. I guess you could say I'm a racist. Like a pianist. Pianist. Okay. So yeah, this typical V8, I've never actually worked on this one specifically, but I have worked on similar ones, which is basically the pushrod engine, what I would call it anyway. And this stuff right here would already be removed. This is a manual transmission, so just go ahead and remove that. But this would already be removed before this went on the engine stand. Reason is because, as you can see with this engine stand and with my engine stand, the one I own, does not have this much room. So you basically would have to take it off before you even put it on the stand. So yeah, the first thing I'm going to do when taking apart an engine like this is I'm going to take the exhausts off. Since we're doing a full rebuild anyway, we're just going to leave everything uncovered. And take the air filter top off, the air filter and the air filter base, and then the carburetor. This is a 4-barrel, by the way, before I take that bolt out. This is what they call a 4-barrel. The reason they call it a 4-barrel is because 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 4 barrels. Barrel-like things for fuel delivery. So these two are connected. there's two different sets of what they call butterfly valves. Somewhat butterfly valvey. So yeah, when you press the throttle, that pulls this part backwards, pulls that towards the car, pulls it towards you essentially. Opens up this valve, and then this little rod here, this pivots downwards, which pivots this way, and then that opens up this side. So it's a 4-barrel carb delivering fuel and air mixture into this intake. This is a high-rise intake. The reason it's called a high-rise intake is because it doesn't go along the contours of the block. There's actually a plate that's been installed here. This is why this is not a typical engine. This is not a typical engine for these for a lot of economy cars, I should say. The cars that most people drive around just to drive, not to race. A high-rise intake would be more on a racing motor. It would be something because the high-rise intake would deliver your air-fuel mixture faster and more efficient, and give you a much better ratio for racing at full throttle, driving at full throttle. Basically, foot to the floor style of driving or racing. So that's what a high-rise intake would be for, either racing or competition, like tractor pulls and things like that. That's more of where you would see a high-rise intake, plus maybe even on top of that, it would be like a supercharger or turbo. So yeah, this typical engine would not be in. This is more of a racing motor, and it would not be in a Lincoln Continental unless somebody put it in there. I mean, maybe it would. Maybe this car does need a supercharger or a very high racing motor in order just to drive. And the reason I'm laughing is because a Lincoln Continental, an old Lincoln Continental like this, weighs a lot. This particular car weighs a lot. So it needs a big old powerful motor in order just to go anywhere because it weighs so much. So you see me taking out the distributor and the spark plugs and spark plug wires and all that. So yeah, I'm going to take these both off just to get a look at how far, how deep I would need to go in real life. Oh, there's the last one, okay. Take the spark plugs out. Okay. Let's go ahead and take this off here. This would probably already be off, I just kind of forgot, to be honest. Not that it needs to be taken off first, but, and this is representing, so these are not actually serpentine belts in the real automotive world. These right here are not, these are not serpentine belts here. These are actually, this is more representing V-belts, which a V-belt was a design that could only go like this. You see the triangle and then the one. Anywhere between, they could have anywhere between 2 to 5 pulleys, I think. I don't think 5 would probably be way too much, but typically 2 to 3. And they could only run this way. Now, serpentine belts, if this was be turned into a serpentine belt system, they'd probably go like this, and then go like this, and then back up. So yeah, they'd go down this way, around the alternator, go up and over the top of this, come back down over the, I'm guessing this is a power steering pump, because I don't think AC compressors are in this game. And then around, and then back up across. That'd be like a serpentine belt, but this is representing a V-belt system, which needs multiple belts in order to run all the pulleys, because serpentine belts can use both sides of the belt, both faces, the flat face and the ribbed face, and V-belts can only use the beveled part of the face. They cannot use the flat face, the big part of it. They cannot run. They're not able to run that way. At least to my knowledge, they're not. There's the water pump, alternator, of course, and then harmonic balancer, timing cover. I'm going to take that off as well. And so this is not a dual overhead cam engine like the last V8 was. This is what they call a pushrod engine. So up here, pushrod means lifter, lifting rod, which is these little things where my marker is here, rockers, and then valves. So the way this one works is the intake comes in here. So this is the intake valve right here at the front. This one's the intake valve, exhaust, intake, exhaust, intake, exhaust, intake, exhaust. Now most engines would be intake, exhaust, exhaust, intake, intake, exhaust, exhaust, intake. That's how they would run. So these big old holes here are the exhaust ports, which pushes out and then out to the back of the car. Intake is coming in through the top or in through the side or whatever, and then down to these ports here. This is intake. So yeah, most engines would be, most V8s are going to be intake, exhaust, exhaust, intake, intake, exhaust, exhaust, intake, in that configuration. This one looks like it's intake, exhaust, intake, exhaust. Possibly. They're kind of weirdly in the middle. Whatever. Anyway. So rocker, lifting rod, and then this game doesn't show it in any of the engines. But there's actually a lifter on top of the cam as well. So there's three parts. There's the rocker, the lifting rod, and then underneath the lifting rod, the lifter. And this plate right here is an aftermarket design. Because you're running a high-rise intake, the high-rise intake is, this plate needs to be here because this is where the lifters are, and this is where a lot of the oil can end up to as well. So it needs a plate to block all that in order to have a high-rise intake. Otherwise, an intake would follow the contours of the block on each side. And by the way, there's 16 of these. So if you say this is a V8, right? That means there's 8 cylinders. Okay, each cylinder needs an intake valve and an exhaust valve. So how many? And if you have one rocker per valve and there's 2 valves per cylinder, that would make 16 valves per V8 engine. So there's 16 rockers, 16 lifters, 16 lifting rods, because it's double the amount, because there needs to be 2 valves per cylinder, because there needs to be an intake valve in it and an exhaust valve. Some engines have 4 valves per cylinder, which is quite crazy. Rather than having the 2, some of them have 4. But then there'd be dual overhead cams. There's a more efficient way. This is the old-fashioned way of doing this. Okay, where's the bolts? Bolts? Oh, they're both rusted, that's why. Alright, and there's the heads. But there's one head anyway. Oh, do we have a lifter? We have a lifting rod right there. Okay. There we go. It's going to rotate. Take off the oil filter. the bolts for the oil pan. And yep, the crankshaft is bad. So in a real scenario, to tell a crankshaft is bad without tearing apart the engine entirely, most of the time you would either pull the dipstick or drain the oil. And if you see a very huge excess of silver flakes in the oil, like it looks like confetti, and there's even chunks sometimes, like chunks of a bearing or chunks of something else, or like the engine just refuses to run properly. It's missing several cylinders. Things like that could tell you. Oh, okay. There we go. Now I can right click it. So yeah, if I was missing, say, like 3 or 4 cylinders on this engine, I would suspect crankshaft. Reason being, because if the crankshaft gets broken in half, or into several pieces, it can only turn. So like, say the crankshaft was complete all the way up until here and it broke here, that would give you 6 out of the 8 cylinders because it would be unable to turn these. But it probably wouldn't run anyway because it wouldn't be able to open the valves up. So it probably wouldn't even run at all, and it'd probably make a hellacious noise. I've never experienced that one yet, where a broken crankshaft. I mean, I did have a broken crankshaft on an engine, but I did not realize I had a broken crankshaft. Oops. Forgot to take the timing off. So yeah, timing chain. There we go. Now the reason that the cam gear is so much bigger than the crankshaft gear, the camshaft gear is bigger, it's because the camshaft is so much smaller and makes twice the amount of revolutions the crankshaft does. That's why the gear needs to be twice as big, so that the crankshaft and the camshaft will be in time and turn at the same speed, essentially. Kind of. It's hard to explain when I'm in this state. The state that my mind's in right now. It's pretty bad. Okay, let's repair some stuff, shall we? If we can, anyway. We got 5 pages, so strap in and strapple. That's an old reference there. Just gotta repair all this crap one at a time. Hopefully we'll repair some stuff that needed to be... Oh, well, that's broken forever. Whoopsie! Never had a mechanic do that, at least to me, anyway. Pretty sure some of you guys have had to have an auto mechanic repair your car and then make the problem worse or cause another issue. Because they effed up. I know accidents can happen, but you got to be very, very careful when it comes to the auto mechanic industry. There are some shops out there that it is their policy for their employees to rip you off. So you gotta know who to trust. Gotta be very, very careful. Like if you go, let's say you go online and you find an auto mechanic shop near you, and let's say its reviews are 5 stars across the board, every single person other than like every single person out of like 200 or 300 people are all 5 stars, and 1 or 2 of them is like 1 star or 2 star, or like a few of them are 2 to 3 stars, you know, something like that. That looks to me that'd be very, very suspicious. I'd be very, very suspicious of something like that that has too good of a rating. Put in the cam, put in the crank. Let's put that back on. I don't know what this car wanted exactly. How many pages was it? Ugh. Excuse me, I'm a little bit tired. 6 pages, so probably timing chain, spark plug, starter, water pump. Okay. So yeah, anything I guess in the 22 percentile range or whatever. Anything in the orange. So yeah, what's that? So that T. Was it X? Yeah, that's what it was. X. And then tab. Let's buy a brand new timing chain. So yeah, you gotta be very, very careful about that. Now that could be just a really good mechanic shop that has very little poor reviews. It's always hard to tell because there's always a lot of people in the world that want to that just want to rip you off, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to say about that. I guess just go to the trusted mechanic. If you know a few people that have gotten their cars worked on, like friends, family, stuff like that, or maybe even your next door neighbor, if they've had their car recently worked on that you know about, ask them where they went and worked on their car and how happy they were with the service and whatnot. It's going to be very, very careful. The shops that I know that are most trustworthy are the ones that you tell them, say, hey, this is what's wrong with my car, and they go and work on the car and they repair what's needed. Say like you were having a problem with power, right? And they did some like general like tune-up stuff and stuff like that, and your car now runs good or whatever. If you're on your bill, it shows like headlight repair and shows like things that couldn't possibly be related. I definitely go back and say, that's not what needed to be repaired, please, or at least show me. I've done this with mechanic shops, though. I've said, hey, I'm an auto mechanic too, but I just didn't have time to repair my vehicle. Could you show me the broken parts? You said you got to replace this. This part costs this much. Could you show me the part that needed replaced, or the part that you replaced? Could you show me that specific part? I guess it would kind of be useless to ask for something like that if you don't know what you're looking at. If you don't know what your car's part looks like. It's hard to trust people these days. This is why partially why I became a mechanic, why I went to school for it and stuff. Just because I was so tired of, my family getting ripped off by mechanics. And we always knew that they ripped us off because we'd go in for like a general, like, I don't know what you call it, but we'd go in for like a general repair where it would just be a simple repair or a simple checkup, essentially. Just check the car out, refill the fluids, and then you'd come back with like a $500 bill or like an oil change that said it was like $20 or whatever. Or not $20. I'm just giving a number. I'm just throwing a number out there because I can't remember. It's been too many years, but yeah, let's say like a $50 oil change, right? And that was cheap back then, or whatever. That's probably too expensive. $30 oil change? Maybe that's better. But yeah, let's say $30 oil change, and it comes back with a $500 bill. Like, well, we found this wrong, and this wrong. Okay, first of all, I did not ask you to repair. I did not ask you to repair that stuff. I don't care if it's wrong or not. You should have called me. Second of all, why you're repairing stuff that possibly wasn't broken in the first place. Like I said, now if you get a mechanic shop where everything that's wrong with it, they call you and say, hey, we found this is wrong with your car during the checkup. Would you like us to replace it? Or would you like us to fix the problem? We found this is what's wrong with your car. That's a more trustworthy shop, that they will contact you and say, hey, we found this wrong with your car. Would you like us to do anything about it? Because that's what I would do if I owned a shop. I wish I had the money. If I owned a shop, I would definitely call the, like, outside of the normal repair. Like, if they brought a car into me, they explained what was going on, I found what was going on, I would let them know before I made the repairs. And say, hey, this is what I think it is. Just like a doctor. Wait, did we find? Okay. Well, part unmount. Part mount. I think all the lifting rods are good. Or the push rods, whatever. But yeah, I would definitely contact the customer and say, hey, this is what I think it is. This is what I found that's possibly wrong with it, or this is what's wrong with it. It depends on what it could be. You know, like a doctor. Like, would you want a doctor making fixing something that's wrong with you, or something that's wrong with a family member without letting you know if it's something that needs to be done? Like, I would like to know. I want to be in on the loop before that kind of stuff is made. I guess cars are not as serious, not as important as a family member in the hospital. You just want the doctor to fix what's wrong with them. That's the thing, is I think the auto mechanic field has gotten away with so much, or at least a lot of companies have gotten away with so much. And being a doctor and performing malpractice is a lot harder to get away with than it is to get away with repairing somebody's car and charging them for parts that they didn't need, charging them a lot more than what's necessary, which I guess kind of sucks. You know, the only way you can catch those people out is by knowing, what could possibly be wrong with your car. Like, I think one of the best things you can do probably before you take a car in to be repaired by a mechanic is do a simple Google search on your type of car and what kind of problems you're having. Get a general idea, maybe take notes, things like that. And then just take notes of like forums and stuff. Do a little bit of research. Unless you have money to spend and you really don't care, then I guess it doesn't matter. But if you're really worried about it, would take notes of what kind of research you find. Don't let them know that you've done research. Just let them do it. And then if your research notes and some of the parts that they replaced or whatever kind of match up in a way, they were within the ballpark, your car works great or whatever, and the repairs are within the ballpark of what kind of research you've done, then you can go, okay, I can possibly trust these people. That kind of stuff. It really does depend, though. on the mechanic shop and what kind of morals they have. If they seem like maybe overly religious, that could be possibly a sign of a place that'll rip you off. They're just using religion as a cover in order to gain your trust. Have had that happen before on a friend's vehicle. So I guess that leads me to this story. The friend's vehicle, it was I want to say it was a 98 Chevy Silverado. It was a pickup like mine. It was two-wheel drive and had what they call a 5.0 liter. It was a 5-liter V8 instead of a 5.7 like mine is. Or that's what mine is a 5.7. This one was a 5.0, which is a little bit better, I guess, because it's not quite as big of an engine. But anyway, their vehicle had an overheating issue, right? A small overheating issue. It wasn't all that bad. Just a small overheating issue, and wanted to get it checked out since my friend had just bought the car. Did I only buy 4 spark plugs? I must be an idiot. Yeah, I'd only bought four spark plugs. That's crazy. But yeah, and then they got their vehicle checked out, and they said, hey, the minor overheating issue might be the water pump's leaking, or whatever. That's what they said. The water pump's leaking. So we said, okay, that's fine. Or they said, okay, that's fine. Not we, but they said, okay, that's fine. Go ahead and, Or they said the water pump's leaking, so they repaired it. Over to electrical. There's our ignition wires. So they just said, okay, yeah, go ahead and repair it, which they had already done by that point, but yeah, they went ahead and repaired it. And then it started overheating extremely. Like, it just started overheating extremely on the highway. It's like, what the heck's wrong with it? Why is it overheating? You guys said you fixed it. And they said, well, maybe we missed something. Couldn't bring it back. And they were extremely religious about everything. So, which should have been red flag number 1. They were very, very extremely religious, talking about Christianity and all that and whatnot. Should have been flag number 1, but they didn't pick up on it, which is okay. Most people don't on that kind of stuff. Can we? Aha. Take engine off stand. Did I put this back for some reason? Oops. Okay, Matt. On car lifter A. Go ahead and install. Back. There we go. Nice rebuilt engine. Okay. So yeah, after all that business, they said, well, oh yeah, there's a bunch of gunk in the engine. We went ahead and went back into it, and your intake gaskets had failed. Which there is some coolant on the intake, so they believed them. There is some coolant that runs through the intake, so they believed them and stuff like that. And they went ahead and replaced the intake gaskets, and the engine then overheated to the point where the engine had locked up. Luckily, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't a particularly hot day. The engine did survive without damage, too much damage. It was a mess. The reason I say that they weren't trustworthy was just because when I had got a hold of the vehicle, I had taken the engine completely apart, did a full rebuild on it, and the intake gaskets were backwards. They weren't on there correctly, which caused the engine to overheat, as well as the radiator, or not the radiator, the coolant pump, or the water pump, whatever you want to call it. The water pump lines were crossed for the heater core. So what was happening is it was causing like a backwards flow, which then it wasn't getting any flow, so then the engine was overheating extremely badly. Now, either A, they had a really bad mechanic and just that mechanic fucked it up so bad that it caused that, or B, they were doing what's called job security, and they were making the engine overheat even more, so that then my friend would have to bring the vehicle back to them to do like a $2,000 or $5,000, anywhere in that range. But a huge several $1,000 engine rebuild because the engine would blow up, essentially. And then it would be like tons and tons of new parts, and they'd be like, well, I went to this mechanic before. I'll go back to them again. And then something like that's really hard to prove, so I'm like, always be careful. I think they were playing dumb, basically. I think they were trying to make the engine overheat intentionally. So then my friend would have to spend several $1,000s to do an engine rebuild. Fuel pump. Okay, so we gotta do fuel pump. And then I'm gonna take this car out for a drive to get the suspension. The suspension stuff. But yeah, I just absolutely hate mechanics. When mechanic shops think they're smart and they can rip people off because people are not smart. I absolutely hate that. Because then it gives the rest of the mechanics, like if the customer figures it out, what you're doing to them, if you're ripping them off, if they figure that shit out, they're not going to trust another car mechanic in their life, which screws everybody else over that are, the mechanics that are truthful. Test path. Let's go ahead and give this car a test. On the suspension, gives an idea of where. Pull the brakes. Horrible brakes. Front suspension. Test. The suspension is terrible shape on the front. And the rear. Both of them are in pretty bad shape overall. Oh yeah, look at that. Let's see, rubber bushings, double wishbone shock absorbers, front shock absorber caps, brake shoes, and double wishbone shock absorbers. Looks like not all that much. Just brake shoes, brake discs, things like that. So brake system mostly. Car to car lifter A. Alrighty. Yeah, and I guess what sucks even more is oops, sorry. I accidentally alt-tabbed. what sucks even more is there's not just auto mechanic frauds out there. There's used car salesman frauds, there's computer repairman frauds, all kinds of stuff. I guess the best way to avoid this kind of stuff is just to be skeptical of everybody. I guess that's why reviews exist, but even reviews can be faked, unfortunately. Which really, really sucks. You just gotta be careful, though. This world is full of devious people. Just people that just wanna... They just wanna ruin your day. Essentially. You know what, let's do full suspension repair. I mean, you kinda got to anyway. Yes. Oh, look at these rubber bushings. We gotta take it all apart. It's all gonna come out. Plus we'll get experience as well. Now we can't repair rubber bushings, but we can repair some of this other stuff. Take that out first, and the bearing in there, and this, of course. Come on. Oh, that might be why. Yeah, that was why. Alright. Do all that. Do all that. That. Okay, now I don't think you can repair exhaust, so we won't worry about it. But we can repair some of this other stuff. We'll do front suspension and then rear, I think. Yes. Look at all this. Everything's gonna look so nice. That. Okay. Looks like we managed to clean all that up. Let's go do some brake disc repair. Nope, can't. Okay, guess brake discs were absolutely fucked. Mount. Okay, did we have any bad rubber bushings? We did, okay. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 for this, 2 for each suspension arm. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Okay. Alrighty. Rubber bushings. Alrighty. And that. And that. And then Okay. What about the steering rack? Steering rack we did manage to repair. Sway bar? Nope. Okay. That back in. What about tie rods? Nope. Okay. What about this? Okay, we did manage to fix all those. Outer tie rods are bad. It's almost a full, like, vehicle rebuild. Like crazy. Okay. Put these together. Looks like we did manage to fix both of them. If they were both bad, or if they were getting pretty bad. Alright. What those? Nope. Two of those. What about those? Yeah, those are good. That's good. Those are good. Those are good. Okay, those are both bad. Two brake disc ventilateds. Two brake pads. And then the tire, of course. I don't know why I'm putting the tire on. You should separate these. Okay, so inventory. So 1, 2 of these, 1, 2 of these, and 1, 2 of these. And the reason they call it the double wishbone shock absorber is because there's two suspension arms on the suspension, on the front suspension, that look like wishbones. Okay. Got brand new of these. Normally these come pre-assembled when you buy brand new. Anymore, anyway. Too many mechanics have lost their lives trying to put these together or take them apart. So it's just advised to stay away from it unless you're having to rebuild them. Or you know what you're doing, that type of deal. Okay. Of course this. And then this. And then the sway bar end link. And then of course the shock absorber always goes in last, because it's meant to go in when all the suspension is together. At least in most cases. And one of those, brand new brake pads, brake caliper, and then tire. Alrighty. Okay, so we still have brake drum cylinder and brake shoe. Two parts not discovered. Okay. We'll take off this. Oh. Looks like the shafts are bad, at least according to this. So, what we'd normally do in a real life situation like this, if we figured that the bearings were bad or the shafts were, like we could take the shaft and we can move it up and down really easily, then we'd think, okay, the bearings are bad and the shaft is bad too. So then we take off this plate, remove the seat clips on either side of the spider gear inside there. Let's take this off, take this off. I wish drum brakes were this easy to work on. No, they're not as easy. Okay, that should be everything. Yeah, that, and this. Okay, that should have been everything. Yep. Okay. Bang, 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 bang. 2 of these. 2 of these. One of these. And 2 of these. Oops, I was already in part mount mode. Okay, that, and the rear tires. These back in. Of course, they'd be driven in, and then replace the seat clamps, of course. Oop. Don't know why it zoomed in there. That was weird. Okay, put those on, put those on. And there we go. Car status. Everything's been done. Be done. Okay. I'm gonna lower this down and check underneath the hood. I'm pretty sure I did all the fluids, but I am under the influence, so you never know. Looks like good. Oops. There we go, look at that. It didn't level, unfortunately. Inventory, sell all parts. Not the case. Center left this time. I remembered. Bonus. I was hoping for bonus experience, damn you. Collect all items. Okay. Next story order. Ooh, a Chevrolet Camaro 2016. Hey y'all! I've been dreaming of a car like this since I was a child. Oh dear. Pony car has been my only choice for the longest time. Pony car? Okay. So first of all, pony car would relate to a Ford. And there'd be a Ford Mustang, by the way. Because a Mustang is a horse. So that's where the Mustang came from. It's the horse. Which was a very fast horse, by the way. Pony car has been my only choice for the longest time. The opportunity came, and I became the owner of this Chevrolet Camaro 2016. These aren't bad cars, but most of the time you're going to find them in a V6 version, which is sort of a sports car, but sort of not. This car is not just a gem, but it seems that it is just minor body work. This car is not just a gem, but it seems that it has just minor body work issues. It only looks as if it has suffered a slight pileup. I would not have bought this car if it was in an accident. The front and back are a bit damaged, but there shouldn't be any surprises. Please check it. See what needs to be replaced. And I hope that I'll see you soon without any surprises. Bodywork parts and other tasks. Okay. Take the order. Alright, what did you bring me? Okay, a car that has no bumper, no fenders. Missing taillight. Very, very damaged. Right, move car. Let's move it over to the car wash, give it a nice wash up. Get it nice and clean. Do the interior, of course. Alright, let's move this car to Carluter and start doing the tests on it. Oh, very nice. Man, that stuff hits like a truck. Okay. Don't worry what I'm talking about. This must be a new story order. I don't remember this engine. It's a V8, clearly. The throttle bodies on this side looks like a full engine rebuild to me. Possibly. I didn't read the thing, by the way. I'm so sorry. Did I read it? Yes, I did read it. Okay, I did read it. Alright. OBD scanner, this is new enough. Should have an OBD2 port. OBD means, if you didn't know, OBD as onboard diagnostics. So yeah, onboard diagnostics, and then the 2 is the port version, so 2 port. So the version 2 of the port. OBD1 is onboard diagnostics 1, which was one of the earliest versions of onboard diagnostics to hook a computer up to be able to see, basically, so the ECU or the computer, whatever you want to call it, basically if something goes wrong with electronics, because it's constantly monitoring all these different electronic sensors and stuff like that, if something isn't working properly, the computer will throw a code, turn your check engine light on in most cases, especially if it's something serious. And then the port is for the mechanic to hook up a computer to the onboard diagnostics port. The mechanic plugs in his or her computer, and then the computer will tell them the codes, what's possibly wrong with the car, or gives them at least a position to start at. Place to start diagnosing the problem with the vehicle. So that's, in case you were wondering, that's what that was about. Oh, whoops. Oh, might as well go all the way. Hey, we're leveled. Very nice. By the way, I don't know why I'm doing this. All that radiator is junk. Let's go. We did not examine. We did level, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. Okay, so we don't need to worry about, I'm going to say engine, suspension, everything needs to be taken apart, pretty much. Okay. So let's start with that. Let's just do everything. Why not? What are we at? We're at 2 hours and 14 minutes, 34 seconds. Yep, let's go ahead and just take everything apart. We're the highest level, we've got all the upgrades, look at us go. Let's just take everything apart. Oops. So that. Okay, we'll grab that. We'll grab that. We'll just grab everything. Why not make a mess? This is another thing. If you want to earn experience quickly in this game, just take everything apart. Even if you know you don't need to, just take it apart anyway. Okay. Oops. No, I want that off of there. Windshield's busted. Just take everything off there. 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 Oh, it has no bumper at all. Okay. That. Oh, it doesn't even have a side window there. Oh, we missed a fender. Okay. So that's everything on the outside of the car, all the bodywork anyway. It didn't even have lights. So we'll take that off. Take that off. Take that off. Take that off. Alright, let's raise it up. Raise up, fool! Get up there. Your fat ass. So I gotta take a look at your undercarriage. Looks like, yeah, it's gonna be like a full rebuild, basically. So we're just gonna work our way over there. Everything's screwed. We'll repair what we can, and then replace the rest. Now, if you had asked me 5 years ago, would this car in this game, would this car have rusty bolts like it shows on the game? I would have said no. But nowadays, this is 2016. This car is like a relic anymore these days. This car is a freaking relic, man. I'm not a fan of the car, by the way. I am what you would call an old school mechanic. I know I've said that before, but for the new people, I'm an old school mechanic, which basically means I work on anything from the era 2000 and earlier, or from the year 2000 and earlier. That's where most of my knowledge is. It's really older, like a lot older stuff. I have worked on newer stuff. I don't know if you've seen on my channel the rebuilds. The rebuilds playlist. That's the stuff I've worked on that I could take pictures on. And plus, that was done with an iPad, believe it or not. That was done with iPad technology. iPad for the photos and the video as well. There was this video app, doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately, but there was this video editing app that you could use. Which is quite crazy. And it was free as well, which was nice. Starter. There's the starter. That. And that. Might as well just take it all off. Okay, rear suspension. Yeah, I like working on old stuff, and I like the older vehicles. nowadays it's just way too complicated. Like you bring in a car that won't start, right? That just you hit the key and nothing happens. Nowadays, that could be anything from the common problems, which starter, alternator, battery, uh, and then all the way to the worst things, which are like engines completely locked up. Did it overheat recently? Did it just stop working all of a sudden? Things like that. Um, or it could be something simple. You know, could be something simple, something complicated. Nowadays, it's always complicated. More than likely, if you turn the key over and the engine's, you know, but it just won't start up, that could be nowadays. That could be any number of things. It could be anything of a million different sensors that are causing the vehicle not to be able to start, which sucks because the emissions for vehicles, the electronics that vehicles got to have nowadays are just, they're so damn complicated. They're way more complicated than they need to be. I think part of it, and I'm going to get a little bit political here, so apologies in advance, but I think part of it is the automotive companies have figured out. I mean, they figured out this a while ago, but they've, in the recent years, the last 10 to 20 years, I'd say the last 20 years at least, they have figured out a way in order to make cars more and more complicated so that the customer, the person that owns the vehicle, has to pay way more nowadays, and cars are made way cheaper. They figured out in the early 2000s that if you make cars cheaper, I mean, they kind of had to in a sense as well, but if you make cars cheaper with cheaper parts, things like that, the cars don't last as long. So then you have to make, so then the cars had to be repaired more often, which kind of sucks because yeah, the cars had to be repaired more often. So then what ends up happening is what started to happen was the cars had to visit the mechanic shop way more often. And because people that own vehicles would have to buy these parts way more often, they'd have to spend more money on parts, things like that. They were made cheaper, but also the parts were way more expensive, things like that. So the profits made by the automotive industry was insane. Or that is made by the automotive industry is insane still, I would say. So then, at least this is all in my view, by the way. I'm not saying that any of this is complete fact. It just seems to line up with, it seems to make sense, at least to me. It makes a lot of sense why they would do it. Like, I understand why they do it, it just sucks that they do it. Like, from a business standard, it's genius, but from a keeping loyalty to the customers, making a car last super long without making your customers pay, without making your customers pay a ton for just owning the vehicle because the parts are cheap and can fail quite often. That's, you know, shitty business practice, but it makes you a lot of money, whatever. Anyway, moving on. So then, yeah. So then they figured, okay, well, we can make even more money if we make the parts and we'll make the car so damn complicated that most mechanic shops won't be even able to work on the cars. So then we cut out the middleman of the auto mechanic shop. So then in order to work on our cars, you have to bring the car to a manufacturer repair shop. A shop that repairs the vehicle, but it's also a shop that is employed by the manufacturer of the vehicle itself. So this Camaro here, This 2016 Camaro, most shops would be able to work on, but there's certain parts in it. This is kind of the era where they started to figure this out, and maybe even earlier as well. But some of the parts on this car, I would not be able to work on in real life. I would have to send it to the shop in order to be worked on. I'd have to send it to a manufacturer shop in order to be worked on, which really, really sucks. But that is the way it is nowadays. I mean, most mechanic shops have been they've been trying to upgrade their tech and upgrade their knowledge of these newer cars in order to continue working on them in order to stay in business, but these manufacturing companies have made it to the point where it's damn near impossible sometimes to work on a car without sending it to them, or to work on certain parts without sending it to them. It's quite crazy. I know that's probably not political nowadays, but I just wanted to give a little warning that I was going to go on a little bit of a rant. Because it does suck. This is why I hold on to old vehicles. Like, if you're going out car shopping, you don't have a whole lot of money. Let's say you have like $5,000 to spend, right? To spend on a vehicle, around the $5,000 range. I would go out look for an older vehicle that's reliable. I do my research on some of the vehicles that you may find online, see how reliable they have been, and if any recent repairs have been on it, which is a good sign. Like if you had an older vehicle like mine in 1996, mid to late 90s, early 2000s. Those are good vehicles to pick up in my view. In most cases, there's some vehicles, some manufacturers out there that just didn't have good vehicles back then. At least not yet. That'd be the range I would go for. Nowadays, obviously, things are getting way more and more expensive, but I will never let my vehicle go. My 1996 Chevy Silverado K1500. The K means it's four-wheel drive, and it's a Silverado. It's a pickup. If you don't know what it is a four-wheel drive pickup. It's actually a pretty damn good vehicle. I'm in the process of rebuilding the motor at the moment. The reason it's taken me so long is because I ran out of funds in order to continue on doing the cleanup repairs and stuff like that. But I'm getting there. We're getting there. It will be done eventually. But yeah, being Chevy or Ford or Chrysler, Dodge, things like that, the parts are pretty easily found. More than likely, if you order a part, more than likely. You gotta be kidding. Oh, come on! I call bullshit on that. I'm probably too drunk to... I'm probably too... and if you don't agree with what I'm saying, just dismiss it as drunk ramblings. We'll just say that. I'm okay with that, to be honest. I'm okay with whatever you want to believe, but this is just my belief on it. And being an auto mechanic, you tend to believe some of them things. It's just like, it just seems like it, cars are made cheaper, they're made with cheaper materials, things seem to break down a lot more often. I mean, cars nowadays are becoming like computers and iPhones and iPads and smartphones in general. They're becoming more like technology where you replace it every couple of years. That's what it seems to be more and more like, and it's so frustrating because we're wasting a lot more when it comes to building cheaper cars. And then let's say a car lasts you 5 years. that's not as good as it used to be. Cars used to last, 30, 40 years, 50 years. The parts used to last that long. You'd be doing very little repairs on your car. Nowadays, it's like parts seem to fail constantly. You're spending hundreds of dollars replacing these parts because they cannot be repaired because it's electrical issues, and it's super irritating to see that kind of stuff. Okay, that is my last class, I promise. Alright. Inventory, there we go. Oh dear. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are good. So this and this and this and this. Okay, so that 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 and 1, 1, 2, 1 and 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Any better over bushings? Yep. So bang, 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 bangity, bangity, bang, 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 bangity, bang, and that's it. Okay. So 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. We don't know what the engine state is. We're doing suspension right now. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, and then one of those. Okay. This car is pretty badly damaged. You know what I'm going to do as well, because we have the money? There we go. Alright. Back. Okay. Part mount. Oh, let's charge the battery. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pause, and I'm going to buy all the parts that we need, and then we'll be right back with you. Okay, I did buy, whoops, sorry, I had to Alt-Tab to make sure, or whatever I do. Okay, now I got a bunch of new parts and all that stuff, so if you see any things that we don't need, just be aware that that I have bought stuff that I did not need by accident, I think. Let's go to the body store. So yeah, I have bought stuff that I did not need. Okay, come on. Assemble mode. Camaro, assemble! Alright. Sorry, I very... I should not be working on cars. Okay. Brake lathe, go! I have used one of these tools before. It's not all that hard. Pretty easy, actually. next one. This is pretty accurate, this thing. How I brake, or how you would use it. And how a brake lathe would work. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, which is nice. Okay. Alright, we don't have a bumper. Okay, back. Front bumper. I wish they could show dents and stuff like that. That would be nice. Front bumper. Okay, headlight. One of these. And one of these. I'm doing a little bit at a time because I'm starting to lose control of reality. I don't know. Basically, I'm starting to lose touch of basically what's of what I'm doing exactly. This is what happens when you drink Kool-Aid, kids. Don't do it. It's bad. It's bad for you. Brand new trunk. Taillights are fine. Was missing the back bumper too. Oops. There we go. I spent a lot of money on this car so far. It's quite crazy. So it's missing this and this, I believe. Back over here, body parts. This crap is expensive, man. Oh, need a mirror as well. There you go. Now you got all the body parts. Change, headlight, wheel alignment, refill. Okay. Yeah, we can do all that. Oh, let's go grab our battery from over here. It's probably fried by now, but it's okay. I'm sure it'll work. Look at that, beautiful. Okay, that. Just putting everything back in that I missed or that I took out for no reason at all. So what's the highest level in this game? I wonder. I would say 40 might be the highest level. I don't know, just guessing. I don't think I've ever reached the highest level. I don't even know why you level past 31. Like, getting to level 32, sure. But after that, do you continue to level? I mean, there'd kind of be no point, in my opinion, anyway. To just, yeah, bring your car to me. I'll fix it. And by fix it, I mean completely rebuild the damn thing. That's what after we do the story missions, that's what the shop is going to become. The shop is going to become my dream shop, which is full restores, brand new parts, selling cars. I don't know why I came in here. Let's do the rear suspension first. Brand new one of those. Brand new one of those. That's been fixed. I got all brand new rubber bushings for the entire suspension. So I'm basically doing it, I guess, how I would do it in real life. Put this back on. Put that on there. Obviously this rubber bushing would be probably pushed in already by a machine. Yeah, let's get, let's get this on there. Let's get the sway bar and links in there. That. I probably put in this, because this bolts up to the car directly. So get that in there. Let's go over to the other side, do the same. Do that, do that. Then we'll get all the suspension linkages. Get those all hooked back in. And of course this. Spring stuff. Get back on there. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Forgot two of those. Thought we had everything, but guess not. Okay. That in there. Now shock absorber is meant to go in last. Whoops. Somehow I bought 4 shock absorbers and I only needed 2. Oh well. That looks brand new. I'm gonna trust it. And hope that it's okay. There we go. And of course this. And then this stuff would be pressed together already. This. 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 Brand new brakes. There we go. That's that side done. Alright, and then that, of course. There it goes. Just takes a minute sometimes. slower at this. I can feel it. Ugh. Okay. There's that. Okay. We'll do exhaust as well. Because yeah, in this situation, you would repair if one exhaust muffler on the end here, if one of them is bad, both of them are probably bad. Or at least both of them are getting close. Middle muffler, they were fine. Cala converter, they were fine. Okay. Now, front suspension, let's do it. Okay, cross member. This car is new enough that it would have a probably aluminum suspension bit here to hold both the engine and all the suspension parts. Okay, this and that. Lower suspension iron, or bottom, I guess. Steering rack, sway bar, inner tie rod, outer tie rod. Oh, we didn't put back together the other stuff. Let's join the parts. Bang, bang, bang. Take. Join parts. Bang, bang, bang. They were all pretty bad, so not like it's a big deal. Part mount. Move to this side. This is the side we were working on. There we go. Sway bar end link. Dust cover. Wheel hub. This stuff would all be pressed together, of course. Wheel hub bearing cap. Of course this. Brand new brakes. This must have been in one hell of an accident to have so many bad parts. Quite crazy. But it is what it is. Inner tie rod. Outer tie rod. This thing. Dust cover. Wheel hub. Wheel hub bearing. Of course. Wheel hub bearing cap. Brake disc ventilated. Brake pads. Brake caliper. Alright. What are we missing? Oh, the sway bar end link, of course. Gotta hook all that up. Alrighty. That's all the front suspension, I believe. And just about all the stuff we can put on before. Okay. We'll do this as fast as we can. Ready? Go. NASCAR! Woo, NASCAR! Take, install, balance. Take, install, balance. take, install. Okay, balance. And then take. Okay. Let's raise this back up. Raise up, fool! Good old Camaro. We're gonna put the best tires on the rear. Because in this game, it doesn't matter where the tires are. Go. We're not fast enough. Well, that's all the tires on there. Okay. Now that we've done all that, 2 hours and 51 minutes. By the way, I'll tab there, just in case you didn't notice. Install engine on the stand. Look at this engine. It's pretty bad shape. Alright, ready? I'm not going to explain anything. I'm just going to go. Go. Those ignition coils or spark packs, whichever you want to call them. They're fine. That's fine. So spark plugs. Where is the spark plugs, by the way? Oh, they're there. Okay. There's just no wires for some reason, which is rather strange. Okay. Exhaust manifolds. Let's take the spark plugs out. They might still be good. We don't want to break them. Back over to the other side. Exhaust. Okay. And rocker covers, of course. It's the pushrod engine. It is. Wow. I don't know about that. I think a 2016 Camaro would probably have a overhead cam or dual overhead cam engine. It probably would not have a pushrod engine. Although the 2010 Chevy Impala engine I worked on did have a pushrod. It did have a pushrod engine. So that makes sense. Could be. Okay. Serpentine belt. By the way, developers, this would have one serpentine belt, by the way, not two. It'd go this way, this way, this way, this way from your design anyway. And then it'd go this way, then it'd go around. Oh, hold on. It would probably go so this way, this way. Let's see if we can figure this out. So this way, this way, this way, across, then this way, this way, this. So from here, across this way, this around here, like that, across, down, like that. And it wouldn't have a pulley, it would have a serpentine belt and a tensioner. If I had to guess, that was. Anyway. This is what they call a coolant crossover. There's a bolt missing somewhere. But where? Oh, right there. Okay, power steering pump. This would be an AC compressor, not a power steering pump, by the way. So that. Okay. So that. It's gonna take a while, by the way. Ugh. So there's 16 of these suckers. Gotta take this entire engine apart, which is insane. We probably would have removed. Oh. Can he not remove this? Really? Is that just a piece to look at? Because that's like a... If you have a high-res intake, this is the type of plate they would use. In a sense. Not exactly like that, but... Yeah, a high-res intake and then a plate to cover where the old intake went. It's a high-res intake, I believe, is aftermarket. On the older engines, anyway. There we go. Now we can take the spark plugs out. The spark plugs might still be good. Okay. Let's head off. Alrighty. It's gonna rotate. Take that off there. Alright, let's take off the timing cover. Timing chain. Cam shaft timing thingy. Pistons. Oh. By the way, these developers, if you're watching, these bolts right here cannot be rusty. It's not possible, because they're always soaked in oil. Unless you get a bunch of water in there, I guess it could potentially become rusty, but I know how your game works and all that, but it's just not possible for it to be rusty. Even if these parts are broken, they're going to be shiny. Just because the oil is just going to prevent rust. Any possibility of rust. Almost there. Uh-oh. Something on the block we're missing. Oh, cam, maybe? Forget to slip the cam out. There we go. Alright, over to the repair bench. Let's see what we can repair. Everything's starting to become a little bit blurry, just as a warning. Let's see how good I am. I think we were at like 35 grand when we started this mission. Oops. Not much we could repair out of that engine. Not very much at all. Okay. Okay. That was several minutes for me. Let's go back. We're good? Yep, still recording at 3 hours. I take a little break every hour, so walk around. Can I get my head put back on straight? Port mount. Okay, let's see what we managed to repair, shall we? Okay, cam's good. Or crank is good, I mean. Let's put the cam back in there. There it is. Yeah, pistons are all good. Piston rings are all good. Rod caps are all good. Just doing a full rebuild on this guy's engine, even though it wasn't needed. It's okay though. If you've been drinking and wanted to work on a car, just take apart everything. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, it's a joke. I know some people would probably try that. Be like, sure, I can work on a car, but I'm doing drinking. Like crap. That's the secret. It's like, no, don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth destroying your car. Okay, there's all the pistons and stuff. I'll pan. Of course, that, and that. Rotate. Oof. Why would I do that? No. Put 2 of these in. 2 brand new heads. The heads were just bad, apparently. Maybe they're cracked because they overheated. Possible. What? Didn't I buy 2 of those? They're freaking damn near $1,200 each. Oh. There's 2 different ones. Well, I mean, I knew that. But on this, on most of the engines, it's been all the same. Yeah, in real life, there is 2 different heads. The heads need to go back on the same place they came off. Reason is because where everything is placed. That back on. Timing chain back on. Timing cover was bad. Get one of them. I'm guessing the impact probably what was from the front end impact. What was bad? Oh, don't tell me there's two sides to this. What are you mad? Gonna get angry. Spark plugs are good. Yeah, there's all the spark plugs. Okay. Nope, we're good. Okay. Alright, goody goody. That's all of them. Now we need to put the lifters in place, of course. Because I think all the lifters were good. Yep. And then let's see, all the rockers all good? Yes, they are. Okay. Oh, these ones are nice. You don't have to set valve lash. You just gotta torque them on properly. Okay. Lifting rods. And then rockers. Then lifting rod. Then rocker. 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 Then fuel filter out of the randomness. And then rocker cover. Oh, that rocker cover's bad. Trying to find rocker cover. Engine okay, so there was two different ones. Alright, cool. Well, these good. Nope. Alright. Over to the electrical. Put that on there, of course. Gotta put all 8 of these. Yeah, one was bad, so we're gonna replace them all. Yes. That is how we do things. Yeah, because the general consensus on ignition stuff, if the spark plugs are going, the spark plug wires possibly were going as well. If the spark plug wires are going, the either distributor, the distributor cap, or the ignition coils, or the spark packs, whatever they get called, are also going as well, because they kind of wear together. They all have similar life. And in this game, of course, I didn't know which one was the one bad one, so went ahead and replaced them all. So then we can satisfy the objective, and it didn't cost us all that much, so it's not that bad. by the way, I'm hitting X. Let's see, is there another part? So this alternator's bad, right? So you hover over it with your marker, with your mouse cursor, your little white dot there. As you can see, just hover over the ghost, push the X key, push the tab, or push the T key, push the tab key, click on it. Oh, that's electrical, so electrical shop, alternator, bam, done. And then just hit the tab key, get rid of it out of your shopping list. Because it will stay there forever, by the way. Coolant crossover, water pump. That's going to be in the main parts shop. There we go. Alrighty. All these are good? Nope, we need 2 of those. Even though 1 is good, we don't know which one goes where, so unless you were specifically paying attention. So just, they're cheap, so it's not gonna matter. That was also bad. Okay. That was also bad. Water pump pulley. Okay. And that was also bad. Brennan accidents. This one damaged a lot. We're down to 15,000. We're like down to half of what we had. This is quite crazy. Okay, and that. Yeah, that one was good. And there's that one. Okay, that should be everything. Yeah, that looks like everything. Okay. Pull out. Alright. And put in, put back in, pull out, put in, pull out. In and out, and in and out, and in and out. YouTube, I'm talking about putting in engines and taking them back out when it's related to cars, by the way. Just so you know. And pull out. Put back. Alright, let's fill all the fluids. Should be good on parts, I would think. No, we're missing one. What? Oh, the radiator stuff. Okay. We can do that real quick. Brand new radiator. And brand new radiator housing fan. Or radiator fan housing. And housing fan. Fan housing fan. Okay. And of course we can't forget the computer. Or the ECU. Electronic Control Unit is what that stands for. ECU. Electronic Control Unit. Alright, let's fill up all the fluids. That should be everything though, other than this stuff here. Part unmount. Let's just do we'll just do all the fluids, of course. The blue Kool-Aid. This is not Kool-Aid, by the way. If it says windshield washer fluid, do not drink it. Same with power steering or hydraulic fluid. It looks like Kool-Aid, but don't drink it. It's disgusting. As well as it could kill you. Okay. Then coolant. It looks like green, but don't drink it. Don't drink it. Do not. It's not good. And this stuff is actually clear. Dot 3, dot 4. It's actually a clear fluid. It's not a... the way this fluid looks now, I would say it is very contaminated. Alright, then oil. Almost. 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 There we are. Alrighty. So now we just gotta perform the alignments. I am going to paint this car, even though they didn't ask me specifically to. I am going to still paint this car. Move car. To the test path. Not that. Almost there. Okay. Move car. Paint shop. Let's paint the bloody thing. Current color. Wait. Did it ask us to paint the car? No, it did not. Okay. So we'll just paint it stock then. We've spent so much money on this car. Move car. Car lift to A. I think we're missing the transmission and stuff. We just put the engine in and then we put the fluids in, so we do need to put that stuff back, of course. Exhaust. Exhaust. Transmission. Starter. And drive shaft. Okay. That should be everything now then. Finish order. Hooray! Wow. We gained like 4 grand. We have 0 available points. Now we've unlocked everything though, which is nice. Inventory, sell all parts. Okay, still going. Very good. Open this up. Bang and bang. Experience at this point is just worthless, by the way. Just absolutely worthless. Because we've already gotten to the point where we've unlocked everything. So, oh, another story order. Chevy El Camino. This is a trespasser. By the way, that's not a real trespasser. That's not El Camino Trespasser. This is the off-road version, so it has off-road. Hey, I bought this pickup for work. This is not a pickup. By the way, this is a muscle car with a pickup-like feature. A pickup-like feature. It's a car pickup. I need a packable, reliable car. I wanted the body to be in reasonable condition. The rest can be replaced. This specific car was mishandled. Ooh. The suspension looks like if somebody treated curbs and rocks as minor obstacles. Okay. The rims and exhaust system have also seen better days. The rest also requires a look to see if any minor repairs are needed. I trust you know what you're doing. I prefer the parts to be new so that it doesn't fail me at the most inopportune moment. There we go. Take order. Sure, we'll work on your Chevy Camaro. El Camino. So yeah, the Trespasser is the off-road version. I just don't know. I don't think there's an off-road version of an El Camino. Come back! That was an El Camino. I need a... That's another... No, that's a... Can you not walk out to the road? Oh, sad. Is that it? There's another shop down the road. Out now! Oh, is that the Mazda DLC? Hey! 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 That's a Chevy El Camino. Okay. So yeah, this is an off-road vehicle, of course. Move car to the car wash. That way we'd be done with the story orders. I don't remember this many. But, yeah. The story orders are a good way to up experience and money. As you can see, we've only done, in this entire series, we've only done story missions as well. We've only done the story missions, that's it. Okay, this engine right here, this is not a Chevy engine, developers. This is not a Chevy engine. Yes, it is painted orange. It's painted the Chevy orange, but I don't know. I don't think the older engines, they didn't have this type of exhaust and stuff like that. This, to me, being painted orange, the design of the valve covers, the design of the exhaust system, this reminds me of a Dodge. This engine right here reminds me of the dual carbureted Dodge engine, the V8 that's in like the Chargers and stuff like that. Oh, we already did that. Whoops. Oh well, we did it again. We're at 42 grand. Very nice. Move car. Okay, let's do all of our usual tests. Oh, it's too old. Because of course it is, I forgot. Let's see what we got. Piston rings, piston rings, piston rings, piston rings, and piston rings, and piston rings, and piston rings, and piston rings. Blech. Full engine rebuild. If the piston rings are bad, it's going to be pretty much a full engine rebuild. I don't even know why I'm doing this. This is the last car I will do this to. Unless I need to do this. Starter's not too great. Just like, I could continue to level up, but to what end? I've already got everything I need. Fuel pressure tester. I need a place to start, I think. The exhausts obviously are bad. Okay. Alright. What did we get out of that? So there's 5 pages again. So engine rebuild, obviously. And then exhaust system, maybe? Oh, there's some suspension items that could be replaced. Can we move this to the test path? And could we test it? The engine cannot be started. What What is broken on this again? Oh, the piston rings are bad, yes, but it should still be able to start. Alright, move car back to car lifter A. Okay, what do we got? So, exhaust system is pretty bad, the starter is bad. Piston rings are bad, which means we have to... Oh, this is a triple. So, 2 carb, so this is a 6 carb. 6 carb, or a 6 barrel carburetor, essentially. Because there's 3 2-barrels on there, it looks like. That's why it reminds me of a Dodge engine. Dodge did crazy things like that. I don't know why I'm taking this apart. Put that back. For now, anyway. Alright, let's pull this engine. Drain the fluid. Back. Drop it back down. Trying to remember, did Chevy ever do these exhaust systems? I don't remember them doing this type of exhaust. I remember Dodge doing it, but I don't remember Chevy doing the up above. Chevys, the ones that I've worked on, always did a straight line across, connecting all 4 and then going down. Of course, they also had a crossover pipe that went underneath the transmission, like just underneath the transmission, and then back across. It was a dual exhaust system, and then it split back up. Or a single exhaust system for a little while, and then split back to dual. Let's see, do we need to change fluids? Yes. So we'll go over to the drain tool. Let's drain all the fluids, of course. Yeah, we're just doing story missions until we can get all the story missions out of the way. Alright, there's that. Let's go back up. Let's just pull the engine out, since we need to do piston stuff anyways. The exhaust system needs some fixing, of course. So we'll just go ahead and do that. Oh, there it is. It's like I'm missing one around here somewhere. There's that, there's that, there's that, there's that. And that. Okay. Now we should be able to pull the engine out. We'll do the engine first this time. There's nothing in the engine bay that concerns me. Anyway. Valve push rod. Oh no. This engine rebuild's gonna take forever. Because we need to take it completely apart, pretty much. Alright. Here we go. prepare yourselves for some, just sit down, relax. There's going to be a lot of engine rebuilding going on. Yeah, it's definitely, I think, Dodge. I think Dodge did this. It reminds me of a Dodge anyway. There's 1, 2, 3. And the exhaust, of course. Spark plugs. Looks like spark plugs are bad. Yeah, definitely not GM. Wrong engine. I'll do some research. The car editor is actually pretty cool. Maybe I'll do some car editing things to get a bit the better engines in these cars, or get the proper something that'd be a little more close. Inside these. That. Okay. On the heads, I guess. I feel there's a little less bolts than there should be. There's too few bolts. Oh, I'm guessing this brace maybe first. And then the water pump. Yeah. And then the timing cover. And then the timing belt, or timing chain, and then the cams timing thing. The timey-wimey thing. I'm starting to become a little delirious, I would say. Okay, then that. You know you're a good mechanic when you can drink and still work on a vehicle and still get the job done. Looks like the crank is, or the crank, I mean, we do the crank is bad. It looks like the cam is bad as well. Jeez, this is gonna take forever, by the way, because we did have to do a full rebuild again. Ugh. Come on. Give me that. Give me that. And give me the block as well. Okay. Let's take everything over to the fixing cabinet, or fixing table. Transmission, clutch, clutch plate, radiator fan, alternator, clip, clip, clip. Distributor cap. You can't repair those, by the way, the distributor caps. Well, maybe you could, I guess. You might be able to replace the connectors in there. Distributor rotor. It's just better to buy a new one. Carburetor, carburetor, carburetor. Rocker cover, exhaust. Ignition coil, I guess. Intake. Engine head. Other engine head. Power steering pump. Water pump. Timing cover. Oil pan. Rod caps. Got a lot of rod caps and crankshaft caps to repair. A lot of broken ones too. Alrighty. Looking good. Part mount. That. Okay, the cam was too bad to repair. Oops. Nope. Cam. There it is. Okay. The flywheel was extremely bad as well. That. And that. Okay. Go ahead and put the crankshaft bearing caps on. And of course the pistons, which were all good. Not good piston rings though. There we go. Two, three, four, five, six. 6, 7, 8. Okay. So 3 of these, because we repaired the rest. So we're good there. Still got good life on these pistons, it looks like. Which is nice. Seven. Always takes forever, these. Okay. And And there's all 8. Oil pan. Okay. Gonna need one of those as well. Nice old oil filter. I mean, I'd replace the oil filter anyway. By the way, this is a fuel pump right here, so there wouldn't be a fuel pump in the tank. Just because of how old the car is. You would have an old... You have the fuel pump in the right place, that it's a mechanical fuel pump, but there would be an electronic one. Brand new alternator. I guess we fixed the alternator somehow. Guess we rebuilt it. It's fine though. Okay. Brand new belt there. These are V belts, by the way. This car is old enough it would have V belts, like not serpentine belts. They would be V belts. Okay. There's that. What about spark plugs? Are we good on spark plugs? No. That's electronic shop. Okay, there's 8 of those. Alrighty. Good on push rods? Nope. Nope, that's not electronics. I wish push rods costed $64. That'd be amazing. Maybe it'd be more around the range of $164 for brand new push rods. Okay. This one, there's the lifters, by the way. There's some of the lifters. Just gonna put all these in. I don't know if this is the last store order or not. I don't remember where it ends. I need to get all the DLCs as well. Can't afford them though. So damn expensive sometimes. That one, and all that. Okay. Spark plugs, of course. I'm guessing this is where the game starts to get tedious for everybody else. It gets a little tedious for me, but I don't mind the tediousness, but that's just because I like to work on cars, I guess. Okay. Guess I'll put this on. Normally I wouldn't put this fan on until the engine was in the car. Because that'd be just in the way. Oops, spark plug wires are bad. Okay, and that's electronic shop as well. Okay, spark plug wires. Alright. And carbs, of course. And the base. Air filter. Air filter or top, I guess. Alright, sir, you have had a full engine rebuild. You owe me $25,000. Just kidding. Just kidding. Alright. Now we need to do suspension. So we're going to take off all the tires, of course. Okay, it looks like just this, maybe? Oh, this needs to be taken off first. Actually, you know what? Part mount. Just like, you know what? Let's just put the engine in, get it running, get it on the test path, figure out what's bad. Pull out? No. Install. Alright, now we'll go ahead and put the fluids in. Just all the fluids, of course. Okay. There's that one. Oops. That is not what I meant to do. Okay. There we go. Coolant in there. Then we'll do the oil next, of course. I'm just gonna have to take a guess, I guess. Because I can't see it. Terrible camera angle. Okay. Okay. So now we gotta do the exhaust. The exhaust is not electronic. What am I thinking? There we go. Apparently we fixed the transmission in our spare time. That. That one. That one. Okay. There's all the exhausts. Still a lot of suspension. Alright, well, we should be able to... wait, how is the... Okay, that's doing good. Alright, good. Alright. Should be able to take this on the test path now. I would think. Yeah, maybe. Just taking time. Car test path. Okay, now what can we? Yes. Brakes aren't bad. In the front. Brakes aren't bad in the rear. Rear suspension, or front suspension. Rear suspension. Okay. So, a few rubber bushings, or quite a few rubber bushings. Bottom suspension arm, solid axle control arm. There's only a few bad parts on the suspension, at least test complete. Okay. Move car back to car lifter A. So now we know where to look. Oh, there's still quite a few parts not discovered. Oh no. Alright, let's take off the rear tire here. Leaf spring, of course, or leaf spring plate. And then the solid axle control arm. Okay. Alright, that's all good. That. 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 And that. Okay. Those are good. We replaced all that. Okay. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. That should be all the rear suspension stuff. Part mount. Rear axle control arm. Leaf spring plate. Leaf spring U-bolts. That back on. I guess we could put the tires back on too. Okay, there's one tire. That back on there. That back on there. Or put that on there, put that on there. Those. Those. And that. at this. Okay, that should have fixed some. Alright, looks like possibly front suspension is going to be what's left here. Looks like this and this. Oh, and the bearing looks bad too. So we need to take off this. This, and this. I think I need to take off the bottom suspension arm. I think both of them, or one of them is bad anyway. Okay, let's go over to the other side. Brakes. Okay. And this. This. And this. Might take out all of this. That all looks pretty bad. Just leave the rest of that together. Okay. So both the upper suspension arms were good. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I probably miscounted, but we'll see. I think both of these are bad, or at least I think the side had the good one, but I'm not sure. So I'm just gonna buy 2 of them. I'll lose out on $100, but it's fine. Alright, so I think one of these sides were bad. I can't remember which though. Okay, front spring. So SPR, or in caps lock, oops. Front spring. I'm just gonna buy 2 of those because I don't know which one it is. Okay, there we go. Put this back together. Okay, both of those were okay. Both of those were okay. By the outer tie rods. There we go. Should be good there. And we're at 4 hours. Very nice. Okay, both wheel hub bearings were bad. Or getting there anyway. Go ahead and replace those, of course. These were good. These were good. Both of those were good. There's one side. Now we'll mount the other side, of course. Bang, bang, bang. Lower suspension arm. Or bottom suspension arm, whichever. It's all the damn same. Put this in there. Put that in there. Put that in there. Put that in there. Put this in there. And that. And that. And that. And these two items. And then the tire. Okay, did we get everything? We did not. What are we missing? Rubber bushing? What? Where? Aha! Okay, that's all of them then. Alright. Before wheel alignment. Move car over to the test path. Wheel alignment. Time. Wait. Get them tires lined up, baby. Yeah. Look at that. Okay. Move the car. Get the car lift A. Get a quick teleport. Finish order. Hey, we didn't trade anything, and we leveled again, but doesn't matter anymore. Okay. Sell all the parts. Alright, this one, this one. Alright, cool. Okay. Let's throw down a quick save. Oh, another story mission. How many story missions are there? Jeez. I thought we were just about done. Apparently not. Oh, I've just recently purchased a car from a friend of my aunt's neighbor. Purchased a car from a friend of my aunt's neighbor. So your aunt's neighbor had a friend that you didn't purchase a car from. A Mitsubishi Eclipse 2009. It looked all right. At first, it drove quite nicely. At some point, something cracked. Okay. There was smoke and everything shut down. Okay, overheating more than likely. I was assured that it was all in great condition and the car didn't require any additional input. It was supposed to be ready and up for driving for a couple more years. It seems that somebody played an unfunny joke on me. I need this car for next week. I must have a functioning means of transport because of my new job. Oh, that sucks. I don't have the time to search for something new now because I'm moving houses soon. Please do what you can so I can drive this car without fear. Without a fear. Sure. Let's take a look at your Mitsubishi. Alright, first we're going to move it to the car wash because this car is absolutely filthy. I think there's only been like 2 cars out of the entire story mission stuff that the car has been an absolute pile of trash. Because it was unclean. Okay. Move car. Car lifter A. Alright, what do you got for me? What kind of engine? Inline 4? Turbo? Yep, it is a turbo. Inline 4, there's the turbo. Turbocharger. Not a bad engine, actually. So smoke overheating would be my best guess, like something cracked. I don't know what that means from the customer. Something cracked, so making a cracking sound more likely. Looks like the starter's not in good shape. And then he said it was billowing smoke, so I'm going to say overheating, and then everything shut down. Car status. There's 3 pages of parts. Alright, let's see what we can find out with some tests. OBD scanner, what do you got for me? Gonna take a little bit. There's a lot of sensors on this car. A lot of stuff on this car. Alright, spark plugs are no good, and the ECU. If you ever have an ECU go down, electronic control unit, if you ever have an ECU go down on your car, it might be not worth replacing because the amount of money it takes to replace an ECU. It's not replacing the part itself. It's not the labor cost you got to worry about. It's the cost of the part itself. ECUs cost a lot of money. They cost a lot. Okay, spark plugs, ECU. Can we start it? No. Okay. We'll start there then. So ECU is no good. And the spark plugs, so I'm going to guess that maybe ignition coils as well, but I'm not sure. I do see fuel filter as well. Could not be any, or could be no good. And the starter gets taken off from up here. Okay, oil pan's no good, looks like. So we'll have to lift it up in the air. Car lifter A. Use equipment. So it need an oil change anyway. Wait, why can't I take off the oil filter? Does it really want me to remove the exhaust? Wait, what? Oh, hold on. I guess this one we have to remove the exhaust. I haven't worked on these cars. 3 clips. Okay. Is that a hint? There it is. Alright. Now we should be able to remove the exhaust. So we can remove the air, or the oil filter. Oil pump, or oil pan. There we go. I'm losing it, I know. Okay. Ooh, crankshaft is no good. I can tell you that right now. So full engine rebuild. That sucks. Alright. Just change the oil, okay. Alright, we're gonna drain the coolant, of course. Because we need to pull that engine out. Engine's no good. Or at least it's not any good right now. Gearbox I4. Oh, whoops. Of course. Completely forgot. So gotta remove the tires. And then remove the shafts. We already removed the starter. We should be good. Remove both the Axle shafts. Remove that. Also, see, that's no good as well. No good brakes. There you go. Okay. So back down. Pull out. Because we do not want to be stuck with child right now. Because we already have a child here. That'd be me, by the way. Okay. What the heck? Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see. Air filter. Can we see the air filter in there? No, we cannot. Nope. I'm gonna say air filter. No? No, air filter was fine. Okay. Never mind. Alrighty. Did a lot of engine rebuilds. Okay. Let's go ahead and just start tearing her apart, I guess. Oh. These belts. So this belt would probably go like this around the tensioner, up over this, and then over this, and then back around. That's probably how that belt would go. And then back around and back over. Wait, what? Oh. I was confused there for a second. Oh well. Water pump. Power steering pump. Harmonic balancer. Throttle body. That little cover thing. Exhaust cover, I guess. Exhaust manifold. Hey, really? I have to take this off first? Why? I guess don't have the room to pull it out fully. Oh, there it is. Okay, that fuel rail. Then dual overhead. This is a dual overhead cam engine, by the way, still, even though it's an inline 4. Because it has 2 cams, one for intake, which is this side, and one for exhaust, which is this side. Okay. Oh, by the way, you were lied to. They're not pulling a prank on you. They just straight up lied to you about the condition of the car. Everything's ficked. You're spending a lot of money. Hopefully you didn't pay too much for this. That's not how you pull off the head, but I'll take it. I just forgot. That. Now this is only in line 4, so it shouldn't take as long. Which will be nice. We've been working on V8s the past, like, what, 4 cars? Have all been, like, V8s of some kind. Be nice to work on something that's going to be a little bit faster. But yeah, I think I may play with the car thing the car editor, just so we can get a little bit more accurate of cars. Anyway. Alright, let's see what we can fix. Just fixing everything. Like a good mechanic. We could replace that. Only costs like $8. Oops. Or I'll just waste money. That's fine too. Do we actually waste money? I wonder. So 45270. Yeah, you do waste money if you miss. Interesting. Never knew that. That's probably all the parts that didn't need repaired anyway. I'm just cleaning parts up. I mean, generally, in an engine rebuild especially, you would clean up parts a lot of the time as you take, or after you've taken them off, you would clean up the parts and stuff like that and whatnot. At least I hope you would anyway. Okay, that's all that. What about brake disc stuff? Nope, okay. Alright. Part mount, engine block, crankshaft, part unmount, part mount, okay. So we did need a crankshaft because we were unable to repair it. It was too badly damaged. What about pistons? Nope, we need 4 pistons. There we are. Alright, and all piston rings, okay. So we'll just type in PIS, because reasons. Piston rings. 4 piston rings. Alright, we did manage to repair all the caps, which is good. How about these ones? Yep. Alright, good enough. Alright. Almost done here. Very good, very good. An oil pan, of course. Oh, oil pan is not repairable. Sometimes they're not, especially on newer cars. Sometimes you can get away with making a small weld on the on those. And sometimes it's not possible. Oil filters are never repairable, by the way. And plus, they're so cheap, you might as well just buy a new one if you need one. Okay, that was not repairable. Flywheels are expensive. Oh, we only need one of those, by the way. Thank you very much. Okay. Need a clutch plate. And then, okay, that was also broken. Clutch pressure plate. Okay. And that one wasn't too bad. Okay. Rotate. Put the head on there. Very good. Okay. Those are electronics. Okay. 4 of those. There we are. How about the cams? Nope, we could not replace the cams. They must have been really bad off. Must have been really damaged. Okay, what the? I get glitched a little bit. Wait. Oh, they were already in, maybe. Sorry, I'm I'm totally out of it right now. Alright, timing belt was bad. Probably broken. Yeah, you just had a bad engine, brother. Very bad. Ignition coils weren't too bad though. Which is nice. Timing cover. Harmonic balancer. Water pump. Pulley. Alternator. Belt tensioner, of course. And that belt. That should be just about everything. I know it's not everything. It's just about everything. Yeah, that was bad. How about this? Nope, fuel rail was bad. So the engine was on the verge of breaking, and they sold it to him. Sad. Managed to repair some of it though. Okay, that should be everything, right? Yeah, alright. Pull engine off from stand. Want to install, of course. Put back. How we doing? Starter, ABS pump, and a few other parts. Alright. Part mount. So that wasn't bad at all. Neither was that. Oh, the ECU was bad. Oh, that's electronic, of course. $467, you see? Very expensive. Okay, that's gonna be from underneath. Alright, exhaust section, gearbox. And that. And that. That. There we are. Back down. Come on down here. Where's turbocharger? There we go. And then starter. Wish we did not buy another one of. Alright. ABS pump. That's damn near $1,000 right there. Oof. Okay. What else are we missing? Part not discovered. Did we do... Hold on. Electronic hole. Let's do the multimeter. We're missing some parts here. So we're gonna go ahead and test. Alright, so relays and the radiator stuff. Okay. Pull that out. Pull this off. So a lot of relays are bad. We'll just pull them all out. Including the base. Alright. So these two were good. 1, 2, 3. That one was good. Alright, the cover. That was all good. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Relay type C, those were all good. Alright, fire them out. Yep, just one of those. Oh, we didn't buy any, of course. 3 of those, okay. 3 of those. 2 of those. And 2 of those. There we are. Still going. Good, good, good. That one. There. 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 So both of those are brand new. And yes, in real life, I would do this. I would replace multiple relays at once. Like if I had a multiple short circuit where I had several fuses burned, yes, I would be replacing them all. I mean, I would test the normal fuses, but the relays, yeah, I'd be replacing them. Probably all, damn near all of them, if I had a huge short circuit like that. So this. Okay, that's down in the electronical department. Bang, bang. Okay. Still missing 2 parts. I don't know what from, though. Or where from. So what if I take this out? No, the reservoir was fine. I guess we can go ahead and fill this up with fluids. Just because we can. Alright. The battery looks fine. I'm wondering if it's leaking fuel. Considering that back there. Did we fill everything else up? Car status. Wheel alignment. Perform wheel alignment. That makes me think that it's something up front. Possibly. And not just like a leaky fuel tank. We'll check out the leaky fuel tank though. We'll say that it's yeah, we've seen some fuel sitting on her. Yes! I think those both were bad. So bang and bang. There's our two undiscovered parts. We'll just say that, yeah, we've seen some fuel sitting on our floor while we were repairing other things. Oh, we already bought them. Part mount. Look at that. Car status. Okay. Now we just gotta perform a wheel alignment. Wait, did we put the starter back on this? We did. Okay. Sometimes I forget that. Car over to test path. We'll perform a wheel alignment for you. Okay. Alright, headlights are both aligned still. Car, back over to car lifter A so we can get a quick teleport. Our status, finish order. Look at us go! For $49,000. Very, very nice. Alright, sell all parts at 200%. Open the case. What did we get? Okay. A little bit of bonus cash and bonus scrap bits. I have no, I don't even remember what those are for. Alright, what's next? Let's see, how are we doing on time? 4.5 hours, so a little over 4.5. Ooh, a Ford Mustang. Hey, I'm stopping by with an unconventional job, okay? I found this car at an auction, okay? It's new, and at first glance, you wonder what could be wrong with a vehicle like this. Probably a lot, if you got it from an auction. The problem is that it was a donor car. Ooh. If you ever go to an auction and they let you know beforehand when you're buying a car, when you're auctioning for a car, if they let you know it's a donor car beforehand, don't do it. Because more than likely the donor car, there was something majorly wrong with the donor car. Like either it was in a flood or in a tornado or, and you just don't know. Now, if you're a smart mechanic, you would do an inspection with an inspection sheet. You can find those online, by the way. Inspection sheets that give you a checklist of what to look for when buying a used car. New, just bought, without an engine. Thanks to this, I could purchase it for a fraction of the price of a new one. Without an engine, I tried to get a complete drive unit somewhere. But it seems that the specific model is highly desirable, and that's how I found it myself at your door. Please rebuild the heart of my new acquisition. I know it's tedious work, but in case it's profitable. But in this case, it's profitable. Thank you, and see you soon. Okay, so it needs... So I'm guessing we're going to have to rebuild it, or we're going to have to put a brand new engine in it. So we're going to have to build a brand new engine. Change oil, spray it factory color, replace body parts, other tasks. Okay. So I'm going to guess that that's missing an engine. Alright, yep. Everything looks in fairly good condition, it's just missing an engine. Why is it missing the front bumper? Oh, why is this? It's very strange. Alright, move car. It's already washed, so we're just going to bring it straight into the engine bay. or straight into the bay, the car repair bay. Part mount. What type of engine is this, by the way? Car status. Engine. So it's a V8 dual overhead cam supercharged. Okay. So that's what we have to go over here for. If you didn't know how to do this specific job. So we're going to create a new engine. We're going to go over here, go through the engines. Wow, they've added a lot of engines since I last looked. So V8 dual overhead cam supercharged. That's the engine. So it's a rear-wheel drive car as well. 584 horsepower. Tops out at 584 horsepower at 5,945 RPM, and then 534 foot-pounds of torque at 5,300 RPM. So the blue line here on this chart is this is torque, and then this is horsepower. So this is a very torqued engine. This has got a very high torque engine because you got a whole lot of wheel spin all the way through the RPMs, but then your horsepower peaks up and over your torque when you get to that 5,000. When you get to about the 5,500 range, I'm guessing that's like right in there, and then just peaks up and over. Okay. So that's the engine we want to create. Let's go ahead and create it. I'm going to check again. Also, oh no, I did sell them items. Okay. Also, I'm going to check again. So V8 dual overhead cam supercharged. Okay. I wonder if it's going to tell us. Yep, it's going to tell us. Okay. So, here's what we're going to need for this engine. So this is how you would do it if you didn't know. I'm going to show you how to do it if you don't know how to do it. It sounds like I'm talking about sex. But if you don't know how to do this specific story engine, this is how you do it easily, right? So you go into part mount mode. Let's go ahead and rotate this upside down. So that's 2 rotations to the right or 2 rotations to the left, doesn't matter. So yeah, so what you're going to do is you see the ghost of the engine block here, you're going to hit X. Then you're going to over here, you're going to hit T, because by this point you should have the tablet, at least I hope. Go into the normal parts, click this, click that, hit enter. $3,500 just for the block, that's expensive. Then yep, you can put the brand new block in, then you can hit X on the crankshaft here. Hit X on this, X on that, and X on the oil filter. So crankshaft, over to the electronics department, alternator, take that out, go back over to the normal parts, power steering pump, close that out, VA, oil filter V8. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and see this right here where my marker is, where my dot is, just follow the dot. We're going to hit X, 1, 2, 3, and then over these ones here, it doesn't matter which one, but just put your marker about here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess we didn't need to do that, but that's okay. So 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and get rid of that piston with Conrad. Let's type in PIS, PIS. Okay, piston rings. And that's the farthest left one. That's what I just bought right there. So 8 of those, piston with Conrad. 8 of those. So that's this one here. Okay. Yep, and then we'll go ahead and put those in. So bang, bang. And then you see that just appeared right there where my marker is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rod caps, obviously. 8 of those. Okay. And we can go ahead and put these together. Just like that. Okay. And then this cap, of course. And this piston ring, and then this cap. And this piston, or rod cap, of course, and this piston, and then this rod cap. Alright. And oil filter. I'm just going to put the oil filter on there. So we're going to hit X on the oil pan, this big old ghost part that just popped up here. T, oil pan. Oops. There we go. So 6 bolts on this one. That's for this game, by the way. Oh, we didn't buy that. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit X on the flywheel. Buy one of those. Then we're going to type in here CLU. And then we're going to buy one of these, and one of these. Mount that, mount that, mount that. And mount that. Okay. And if you want to, you can go ahead and mount these. There it goes. Okay. Now we're going to rotate to the left or to the right, doesn't matter. And then, so just in case if you're ever on a different job, what I do just to make sure, because I don't know if these are two of the same engine heads, if there's 2 of them, or if there's one A and one B, just hit X on this side and X on this side. And the engine heads, there were 2 of the same, so it doesn't matter. Sometimes there's A and B, sometimes there's not. This one also has 6 bolts in the game. I believe this is the, yeah, this is the V8 supercharged, so it's going to have a high res intake. Okay, then we're going to hit X on this side, X on this side, X on this, and then put your little cursor right here on the spark plug. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the cam here. Okay. So 2 of those. Fuel filter. Back over to the electronic shop. So 8 of those. And then back over to the normal parts shop. And 4 of these. And then we're going to type in here. We're going to type in CAM. And then we're going to go... I believe it sees these ones here. I'll check. I think it's those ones there. Yeah, it was these ones here. Okay. Thought I knew which ones they were, but then I immediately forgot. So put the cams in. Put the spark plugs in. It just makes it easier later if you put the spark plugs in. Exhaust. Okay. Go over to this side. Put your exhaust manifold on. Spark plugs. Cams. Or camshafts. We just bought the 4 cam gears, so we're good there. So just like that. Then we're going to buy 2 of these, so we'll move our marker down here. Go XX. Buy 2 of those. Those are the timing belts for this particular type of motor on this game. That one, or put that one on. Put that one on. I'm going to put on this lower bit, so we're going to hit X on that. So yeah, we'll just put this on for now. Okay, now we'll put on the timing, so we'll hit X on that. Timing cover. Where is it? There it is. Okay, I was like, where'd it go? So now we're going to go, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So on these here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're going to just do 1 for now. I know there's more, but so that's just idler pulley A and then idler pulley B. 1 water pump, 1 harmonic balancer. So 5 of those, 1 of those for now, 1 water pump, and 1 crankshaft pulley, or harmonic balancer, whatever you want to call it. So then we'll put all the pulleys on. There's a lot of pulleys to put on. There's a lot. Oh, forgot that one. Hit X on that. So that's a water pump pulley. It has 4 bolts there. 1 bolt here. And this pulley. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. So now we're going to go boom on this ghost here, and then click over on this ghost, X on that one as well. See, head cover A and head cover B. That's why I did that. Because these 2 are different. Don't just buy 2 of the same. Okay. And then these are ignition coils here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Back over to the electronics department. So there, 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 and there. Hit X on that one twice. Back up to the normal parts. Buy 2 of them. Okay. Go ahead and move back over here. Hold this one down. Ignition coils, of course. The other 4. And the little cover. Go ahead and hit X on the supercharger there. Buy that. $2,500. Very expensive motor this is. Yes, I've become Yoda now. A very expensive motor this is. I can't do the voice. I am so lost right now. Alright, so put your marker over here. That's going to be the throttle body. And then 2 of the... So the throttle body V8. And then the 2 fuel rails. Need 2 of them as well. There. And there. And then we're gonna hit X right here where my marker is. Hit X right there. There's gonna be another serpentine belt. But, so that there. You're gonna need to hit X over here. Then hit X over here. So belt tensioner. And the other serpentine belt. And then we're going to hit X on this. Right, now that should be the entire engine, all brand new parts. Brand new engine, okay. So we're going to take the engine from the stand. And then we're going to walk over here, or run over here. Move equipment, put it on car lifter A. There's already an engine in the bay? What? Hold on. Pull out. Install. That should have taken care of most of the parts. Drive shaft, exhausts, gearbox, and starter. Okay. Sell for $15. What the hell is on that engine? Anyway, so move equipment. Let's go ahead and put it back. That's a big engine stuffed into that car. Okay. Alright, so first of all, let's go ahead and put oil in it. Because we're ready to put oil in this car. Sorry for the noise, that's just... I have my cord frayed out from my headset. My cord had frayed out, and then I taped it, and it just rubbed against the table. Table in front of me. Alrighty, so we're good there. Let's go ahead and raise her up. We should have all the other fluids. Yeah, we have all the other fluids, okay. It's gonna be a badass car by the time we get done with it. Hopefully he didn't want to tune up. I don't think he did, but whatever. So we're gonna hit X on this one, X on this one, and X on this one. So this is how you do rebuilds, by the way, if you're missing parts as well. It's the same type of deal when you're doing not story cars, but you're doing your own cars. So you can do it this way. Okay. There's the transmission. In this game they call it a gearbox because they're not from America, but if you are in America, this is a transmission. Alright, starter, drive shaft. Oh, that's going to be electronic shop, isn't it? Starter. Oops. Drive shaft. Part mount, drive shaft. There's 4 bolts either end, just in in case you were curious. Okay. Starter has 2. Alright, car status. So that's all the parts that it was missing. It was just missing engine, transmission. Front bumper, front license plate, hood, left and right headlight. It's very factory paint and... okay. So now we can go ahead and lower this back down. Alright, car status. Or no, car status, assemble mode. So we're going to go bang, 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 and bang. By the way, I'm also hitting X on those. So then back over here to body shop. So the hood, the front bumper, headlight, and headlight. Okay, put the hood on there. I don't know why it's missing the front bits. It's a little bit odd to me. Alright, and then over to the license plate shop. Okay, car status. So now we just got to perform a headlight alignment and then we'll go spray it. Alright, normal mode. Let's move the car over to the test path. Okay, it's all aligned. Align the headlights here. Okay. Car status. I always like to check before I leave this area. Right, move car over to the paint shop. And then they want the factory color, I think it was. Spray car with factory paint. Alright. Paint car. Factory color. So always click the factory color icon up there. Hold enter. And there we go. Okay. Move car. Car lifter A to get a free teleport. Well, I say free, I guess. It is what it is. Alright. Our status. Finish order. There we go. We leveled and we're done. 78 grand we're up to now. Sell that engine for 15 bucks. Okay. Alright, let's open the case. What did we get? Center, right? We got XP, which we just leveled again for no reason. And then some of that, whatever. I really don't care. Okay. Yeah, we have everything, so it really doesn't matter. The levels are kind of inconsequential. How we doing on time? We're at 5 hours, so we still got an hour left. Okay. Next story order. Ooh, a Ford F100. So XL, I believe this is the off-road version. Hi, I heard you're a decent professional. I found this car, it's a pickup, not a car, at my great-grandpa's in an old tool shed, buried under old things and other trash. Yeah, unfortunately, that's how these vehicles end up. Is in a garage somewhere, buried under a bunch of crap. I have no idea how long it stood there. Sad. I know it from old photos from my grandparents. The once beautiful Ford F100. By the way, this isn't a Ford F100. I guess probably 1950, about 1955 or 1956. It was around that era. It was very old. Needs some love and attention from somebody experienced. I would be happy to work on your very, very old pickup. From what I remember, it was really spared by the previous users. In spite of it all, I think It's not the worst base for rebuilding the classic piece. Seems a shame to waste such a pickup. Yeah, I would agree. Apparently, it's rather a rare configuration. Please do what you can to make it look like new. If it goes well, maybe I'll manage to sell it to a museum. No, this isn't old enough to sell to a museum. In my opinion, anyway. You probably have to wait another 30 years or more. Another 50 years, maybe. We'll see. Let me know when you're done. So we're going to have some body work, probably engine, transmission. That's probably going to be pretty old. So we're going to take the order. Yep, pretty damn beat up. In line 4. No, this one had a V8, so it is a rare configuration. Because these old Fords here had an inline 4 motor in them. At least to my knowledge, they did. I think it was a Ford, or was that International? I know Fords and Internationals look very similar. But I thought the old Ford dump trucks, had an inline 4 in them. They were just a tiny little inline 4. Because it really didn't need much more than that. Okay, first of all, we're going to move this car over to the car wash. We're going to go ahead and wash this old pile of rust. Very, very shiny rust we got going on here. Okay. Alright. Now we're going to move car to car lifter A. Alrighty. Look at this old beast. So it's missing most of the V8. And what's left of it is no good. Alright, so we're going to do a full restore on this old vehicle. So, okay, there's nothing in my inventory, so I hope you guys are settled in. We're going to try and restore this in an hour. We're probably not going to get it done, but we are going to stick around until this vehicle is done. So strap in and strap on, because this is going to be a long job, a very, very long job. Okay, I did take a little bit of a break and got a little bit more to drink. Hopefully I don't pass out. You only live once, right? Yeah, I've been passing out from too much Kool-Aid. We'll say that. Okay, we'll just take everything off the outside. Alrighty. Okay. Let's go ahead and lift this up. Probably has no oil in it. Oh, had a drop. It had a drop of oil. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and move it. Wait. So, drive shaft first. So I'm guessing that they took apart the engine partially and then just left it. Alright, I only took out 3 out of this side. There we go. Very old car. Or pickup. Nah, I'm saying car. Fuck you. Alright, let's take this out, take this out. Let's just take the whole exhaust system off. It all needs replaced. starter. Now this is a point where I would like drop everything out of the vehicle because it's just so old and whatnot. Where am I missing here? Oh, there it is. Okay, that. There it is. It's like it's somewhere around here. Okay, that's out. Let's go ahead and drop the vehicle. Move this over here. Put it over to car lifter A. Let's take this out. No, don't fill that up. Take this out. Oops. Oh well. Oops. Oh well. Oops. Oh well. Oops. Oh well. And then take these out, of course. There's all of that. Take the battery out, of course, as well. Pull out. We don't want children. Okay. And I keep making that joke over and over, but it's funny. Okay, shut up. Alright, let's put this over here. Over on the engine stand. Alright, let's get to taking apart, shall we? It's missing most of it. This is one of those ones it's going to take a while to work on. But yeah, so my plan is on this truck, I'm going to take everything apart, every single piece, and then I'm going to repair what I can, if I can even repair anything. And then I'm going to replace the rest. This one's gonna have a lot. Oops. Spark plugs first. And then the head. Okay. Let's go over here, take this off. Take this off. Oh, that's part of the block. Take this off, take this off. Rotate. Take the oil filter off of there. Oil pan. And then pistons, of course. All the pistons are there. This is what a barn find or a junkyard find would look like, by the way. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to the barn finds. I thought we would be to the point where we'd be done with all the story orders, but I couldn't remember how many story orders there were, so we're not done with the story orders yet. I want to get all the story orders done, by the way. I do want to get those done before we move on with the before we move on with the actual building. Or the actual restoration of cars that we find at the junkyard. Oops. Cam, block. Okay. So we got all of that. It's gonna raise up full. Get out of here. We're gonna take every single part off this damn pickup. Every single thing. I'm gonna tear it all apart. Every single part of it. Because it needs it. Yeah, this truck just needs it badly. Like I said, this is going to take a while. Just because the amount of stuff there is to take apart. So yeah, in this situation, if I could drop this framing, which more than likely I wouldn't be able to on this old pickup, but if I was able to, I would probably take out these 4 bolts here and then just drop, or take out the bolts, and take out the shock absorbers, but anything else hooking it to the body of the vehicle, and then just drop the whole damn thing with the engine still in there and everything, since it all needs to be replaced. Just to make it a little bit easier. Just remember, things are always easier to work on outside of the vehicle than in the vehicle. So take that off. This whole entire suspension is just absolutely ruined. I think I got to this point last time. When I got to this point last time, and I just said screw it, and I just took apart everything because I was just like, you know what, it's not worth it. I can't. There's no reason to earn any more experience, and whatnot. So it's just like it's not worth. It's not worth spending the time trying to figure out which part is which. It's just better just to take apart everything. So there's that. There's that, there's that, there's that. Shock absorber. Surprised that was take-outable and take-apartable. Okay, there's that. That. Like I said, I wish drum brakes were that easy. They're not. If you ever have to work on drum brakes, and you haven't been working on drum brakes for 30 years, take a picture of it before you take apart anything after you take the drum off. Just take a picture of it, because even though I've worked on drum brakes several times, I still can't remember where everything goes. It's just so Like it's unnecessarily complicated, drum brakes are. Alright, there's the entire suspension. Every bit of the truck, I believe, is taken apart. Except for that tail light there. Forgot to take off the tail light. Alrighty. That looks like everything. Okay. So what I'm going to do now, we're going to move this over to Carlift A. I'm going to use this equipment. Get it all shiny and brand new. Very nice looking. Okay. Just make sure there's no rogue parts attached to that. Okay. Alrighty. So now we're going to go over to this one first. I'm just going to start repairing and not fail. Try not to fail anyway. Just repair all the parts we can. Just sit back and relax. This is going to take a while. I do like the instant repair. I just wish it was more common. Because when you get to this level, I mean, what's the harm in giving me like 90% repair rate for instant repair? This is just making it unnecessarily difficult. Because I'm already at a point. I'm at a stage where even if I fuck up royally, I could still, oops, I could still easily claw my way back. Jeez, how many parts are repairable? Not bad, not bad. Probably just wasting money here, but I don't care. I want to restore this old Ford F-100. These old vehicles, things from like the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, and hell, even some of the 1990s stuff, I do like to see in really good condition. That is really nice. Okay, that's all the parts. Still recording? So we always have to ask every now and again. Okay, what can we repair? Body parts are hard to repair, it looks like. Alright, we repaired all we can there. Let's go over to the brake lathe. Okay, we got 2 brake discs we can grind down. Next. Oh yeah, by the way. should just be doing all this at once. Okay. I think we got everything then. Oh, we can repair the rims. We'll do that. Okay, we're good there. Alright, repair the rims. Okay, we repaired all the rims. Good job, everyone. So that took 22 minutes to do all of that. We're getting good. We're getting good. I mean, it does also help that I'm a car mechanic, so that does also help. Should we do the engine, or should we do suspension and tires and things? All right. I'm gonna look through here. Let's see. I don't know if I wanted tires or not. I don't think I wanted tires. Did they even want tires? Oh, we should be charging this, by the way. Charge. Off-road tire B, it says. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. Okay, no. So it does not want off-road tires. Alright, that's fine. We'll put the shitty old tires back on. And then we'll buy this stuff, because this is all... these are all stuff you have to put together, so... I'll just go ahead and buy branding for those as well. Okay. Oops. Oh, I guess we're out. Okay, we're out of that. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Okay. Take this back up. We're gonna put the suspension and everything back up, everything else back together first. Okay. By the way, this old of a truck, definitely a manual fuel pump, not an automatic, or not an automatic, not a mechanical fuel pump, not a electronical. Okay. These spring plates. Got that. These spring U-bolts, of course. Gotta have them. Alright, both of those are bad. Maybe I should do a full restore. Just say to hell with it. Buy all brand new parts for this guy, whether he wants them or not. You know that one guy with the car never returned. He got like the suspension and the engine done? Or I made it run and then we did suspension. That was about it. It's just like, yeah, he never returned. Which is weird. Okay. I don't know if this guy wants exhaust. Nope, he doesn't want exhaust. Okay, I'll put the old exhaust back on. I'm not spending the money if you don't want to spend the money. This is your car, sir. So we'll just put on the shitty old rusty exhaust. It's like, okay. Okay, so we need rubber bushings then. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, because this is a double wishbone. So I need 12 of those. So 4 for this bit here that we just put in. And this is double wishbone, it's 2 per suspension arm. There's 4 suspension arms, so that's 8 per side, not including these that I'm putting in at the moment. Front sway bar. I don't think it wants the sway bar replaced. Anyway. Or the end links. It just wants replaced what is broken. Like these two. There's that one. We managed to replace all of those. That. Alright, one of these is bad, so 2 of them. We did manage to replace those, or repair those, and those. What about those bushing? Nope. Not the bearings. Or those as well. We tried, okay? Did you manage to repair the discs? Brake pads. Those 2. $245.75. Hopefully that's right. It's like, hopefully it's all the same. I didn't look. I forgot to check. Oh well. Wait. Why did I put the old one on there? I have 2 brand new ones. Every now and again the game does that. I don't know why. Okay, and then this. And this, sure. Then this. Okay. That. 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 Those old things. Alright. Car status. Anything to do with suspension? Exhaust manifold. Oh, those are on the engine. Ignition, intake, pistons. Excuse me. Serpentine belt, spark plugs, water pump pulley. Okay. And then just body parts. Alright. So now it's just the engine then. For some reason he didn't want the exhaust replaced. I mean, I'm fine with that if you don't want the exhaust replaced. Whatever. Okay. Oops. Part mount. Crankshaft, is that good? Yes, that is good. Oh, the camshaft was bad. So put the camshaft in. Pistons were bad, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't even know why I did that. PIS, piss. 8 of those. 8 of those. Yeah, this is a rare configuration, I would say. Because this thing probably would have an inline 4 in it. If I had to guess. I haven't worked on many Fords. I'm a Chevy person. And no, don't get your underwear in a twist. Just because I'm a Chevy person and you're a Ford person or a Dodge person, it really doesn't matter. That fight is long dead. That war is long over. Nowadays, all the car manufacturers are all the same. Just about. They all cheat the customer who buys the vehicle, they all cheat them. Every last one of them, pretty much. They make cheap parts, cheap vehicles, so that you have to replace parts, spend money to get your vehicle fixed constantly. And that goes right back to the that money goes right back to the manufacturer. So really doesn't matter anymore. And plus, anymore, or I guess anymore, if you really look at Chevy versus Dodge versus Ford versus Chrysler, you know, all that stuff, anything like that, the vehicle itself, if you're buying secondhand, the vehicle's life depends on the owners that have had it before you. So if you have a vehicle that's really shitty and had a bad experience with it, and it was secondhand, more than likely it was, I would say, probably with 99% certainty, it was the previous owners not taking care of their vehicle. That's usually how it goes. That's an electronical part. The only reason Ford got a bad rap for such a long time is because they they decided they were going to manufacture their own parts for a while, which is fine and all, sounds great and all, but they kind of screwed up with it, with some of the manufacturing. So what ended up happening was they had really a bunch of car parts that went bad really early on in the Ford's life. So that's why Ford got such a bad reputation. But yeah, like I said, it really doesn't matter anymore. All the companies are the same. They might as well all be under one company. They all manufacture crap, in my opinion. You can convince yourself all you want. Whoops. You can convince yourself all you want that the newer vehicles last longer, but I beg to differ. Considering a 2010 Chevy Impala, I had to do a full gasket and seal rebuild on it, and I'm just now having to do that on my pickup for the first time, which is a 1996. So I don't want to hear it. And they're both from Chevy, so it's not like but yeah, all the newer vehicles are more crap. They're cheaper, built cheaper and stuff like that than the older stuff. Some of it is for good reason, I would say. Like, some of it, they have to build it the way they build it. They have to build it out of the materials they built it with. Because otherwise they would go under. Oops, I just bought 2 water pumps. I'm an idiot. But other ones are just or most of the time it's just for profit. To build parts cheaper, build parts in other countries and stuff like that. But I also get part of it too, because it's so expensive to manufacture in the US. So we just push it onto other countries to make the parts for us, or manufacture the vehicles entirely in other countries as well. Sorry to get a little bit political on here, but that is the way it is. So, unfortunately. And some of it I don't blame the companies for, and some of it I do. It's just, some of it I get that, yes, it's super expensive to manufacture parts and vehicles in the US, because we've done that to ourselves over the many years. But also part of it, they do it for profit as well. So, and I don't mean just a little bit of profit, just normal profits. I mean, like, you're talking probably 500% profit, if not more. And that's just my own opinion. That's not a true fact, by the way. that's just the way I see it, that a lot of companies have just decided to say, yeah, well, screw it. Screw it to the people that buy our cars. We'll just make them pay huge prices, like way over the amount the car's actually worth. And then when parts go down, we'll make them pay even more. That's just the way it is. Oops. That's not how we do that. I do need to buy one of those, though. Okay. Alrighty. Oops. So 16 of them. And we'll have this thing all ready to go, just about. This engine was missing like most of it, which is funny. Okay, and then this side. Forgot the exhaust manifold. Of course I did. That's just how it goes. Oops. Okay, that one. One of these times I think we'll have to play automation and then BeamNG. I do like that those two companies mounted up together. Sounds sexual, but... So what ended up happening, if you don't know, in automation, if you have the game, you build a car in automation, you save it, and you can export it to BeamNG Drive. And then test the car out in BeamNG Drive. I mean, you can test it out in automation as well, but you can export it to BeamNG Drive and then play with the cars, crash physics and stuff like that. They've been getting better and better. It's still in all in alpha and betas and all that good stuff, but it is getting better and better. So that's a really nice touch. One of these times we'll have to build a car, a wacky car, and then export it to BeamNG Drive and go crash it. I think that'd be pretty cool. So we need one of them. That's going to be electrical, so we need to go over to electrical. Ignition distributor. Let's put the radiator fan on there. Oops. Did we have a... No, we did not. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing at the moment. We're getting there, though. This one's a dual carbureted high-rise intake. Would not be inside this pickup unless it was a dragster pickup, honestly. 2 4-barrel carburetors. It's like 8 barrels. That's 8 barrels worth of... This would definitely be a dragster pickup. He'd have so much torque, it'd fucking be doing wheelies down the street. Nope, we need to go back to electrical. So that. Cap. Ignition wires. Back over to the normal shop. 2 of these. Get that back on there. Get that on there. I think these were all new parts because we didn't even have half a motor hardly when it came in here. There's like 10 bolts, I think. It's a lot of bolts for these. Okay. All right. Your filter cover, of course. Alrighty. Missing this. Ready one of those. Get one of those. Get one of those as well. And then we have a fully completed engine. Look at that, beautiful. Alright. Let's take it off the stand. And then we're going to go ahead and insert it. 100% engine. Back. Okay. Part mount. I believe that we have the battery over here. Put that in there. Put that in there. Okay, that's all electrical. Oops. We need 3 more of those. There we go. 1 of those, 2 of those, 1 of those, and 1 of those. So bang, 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 and bang. Okay. 1 of these, 1 of those. How are we doing? Okay, we got all the parts. Very good. All right. Now we just gotta fill her up with fluids. So part unmount. Brake fluid. Gluggity glug. Get on in there. Okay. Power steering, sure. I just needed a way over here. Okay, there's that. Oil. Okay, there's oil. Coolant. So many fluids. I was hitting escape and it wasn't working. Oh, whatever. And then washer fluid, of course. Need that. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and lift her back up. Alright, where are we at? 553. Very nice. We're actually doing pretty good. There it is. Starter. Try shift. And there it is. Okay, the truck now runs and drives. Now we just got to do the body parts. Assemble mode. Managed to fix the hood. So that one, that one, that one, that one. We managed to fix that fender. Managed to fix the door. The mirror. So that. Managed to fix that fender. So that. Oh, we managed to fix the bumper. That. Managed to fix that door as well. That. Okay. Alright. Over to the body work. Oh. Gotta go over to the tuning shop. Not that tuning shop. The body tuning shop. Where is it? Body tuning shop. There it is. Okay. Then we'll go back over to the regular body tuning shop, or the regular body shop. Buy all the body parts. Back over to the body tuning shop. This taillight, and then that taillight. And the rest of it should be on the normal body shop. I might have bought too many vendors. Okay. Alright, we're still on mount mode. Yeah, we bought too many fenders, I think. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Or over to the license plate shop. We need 2 of them. Okay. So now we just gotta spray it and align it. Alright. How we doing on time? 5:58. We're not doing too bad. Alright. Normal mode, move car over to the test path. Okay, there's that. Headlight alignment. Okay. And then our status, I just gotta spray it. Car over to the paint shop. Car status, factory color, factory paint. Okay. Paint car. Factory paint. Alrighty. Car status, we're good there. Move car back over to card after A. And let's see how well I did being drunk. Oh, I didn't put the interior back in. Oh no. Yeah, I'm not doing interior for you, buddy, unless you want it specifically. So we didn't do very well. We just forgot the interior. We didn't forget anything else, so we're at $83,000. Hooray! Alright, let's go ahead and sell all the parts we don't need. Open the case. Are we on the outsides yet? I can't remember. Whatever. Oh, bonus case. Ooh, another bonus case. We're just getting bonus case after bonus case now. We'll go center right. Alright, we're leveled up again. We're at level 37. Alright, we got a barn location. Very nice. Okay, put that in there. We got so many barn locations. We've got like 1 page full, and we're just starting on the 2nd page full of just barn locations. But I want to get all the story missions done first. Alright, a Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG AMC. What the fuck kind of name? I might have fucked this up. We'll look at it again. Hi y'all, I just got a huge injection of cash from after a casino trip. I decided to get a sports car. I always wanted something fancy that would get attention. Unfortunately, I trusted my neighbor who's a mechanic. Sad. That he's a bad one. The car is beautiful. I cannot deny. The only thing that bothers me is driving it. I am getting the impression that something is wrong. On top of that, despite the power that this GTR is supposed to show, it doesn't exactly scream sophistication. Well, you don't either. Sorry, I'm giving you this voice. Please check if everything is as it should be, because I don't know if I'll have to think about something new. Alternatively, try to dig into it. Perhaps you'll manage to spark a bit more power into this engine, because it gives me zero emotions for now. Thanks. Okay. Not a bad car. Move car to car lifter A. So what's wrong with it? Exactly. If somebody came to me with this car, I'd be like, no, you don't have a normal mechanic work on this. You take this to the dealership. I am not touching the AMG. I am not touching this car. Not gonna happen. So what's the problem? Okay, let's do some tests, just like we did last time. Let's run some tests on it. There's only a few parts, so I don't see why we shouldn't repair this right away. This will hopefully give us a starting point to look at. I can see the so the ECU is at 52%. That must be used, if I had to guess. But the fuel filter is bad. Or the fuel pump. There we go. Fuel pump. Supercharger's not looking too great, but it should be okay. We're just gonna test everything. We still haven't gotten to a real point to start. I mean, other than what I see, of course. Yeah, for this car, I'd have to have like several repair manuals just to work out what could be wrong. I don't know, I'm testing this. Experience does not matter to me. Fuel pressure tester, I can already see that. So, fuel pump and fuel rails. Okay. Did we discover all of it? We did not, but the supercharger's bad, and the ECU it wants replaced as well. Okay. Also the belt, it looks like. Okay, this should be easy. Let's just do it. We should be able to repair this stuff. If it's not too bad off, anyway. So this belt first. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's right here. That, then this. I need to talk about power, like it was underpowered and stuff, but that shouldn't have been. Supercharger, serpentine belt, 2 parts undiscovered, and the this here. Okay. Moving on up. Let's go back here. This is bad. It looks like the drive shafts are bad for some reason. Okay, that one, and this one as well. Okay. Yep, there we go. What's the other tasks? Increase tuning of the car by 35 to 40%. Okay. That's going to be relatively hard to do, but we'll spend the money. Okay. Part mount. I don't think tune-up shop. I don't think you can get drive axles now. Okay. Always got to check though. So yeah, we will be buying some brand new parts here because those parts were really badly damaged. And since it wants us to increase the tuning, we're going to go ahead and buy some brand new parts for the engine itself, since we got to replace parts anyway. It's like we might as well. Okay. Let's see, we need one of these, we need one of these, we need two of these, we need one of these, and one of these. Okay. So I'm going to check the tuning shop for an ECU. Nope. Really? That would normally be an ECU would be a body tuning, or would be a tuning shop thing, like electronic tuning. I don't think that's in this game. Okay. Part mount. Where's that ECU? We need to replace. Oh, there it is. There's where it came from. Okay. Tuning shop. Fuel pump. Buy one of them. Fuel rail, we need two of them. Supercharger. So I wonder if that bottom piece... Yep, sure is. Okay, part mount. That on there. And always check car status. Always check this. Okay, we're not there yet. Okay. Car status. We're still not there yet. Car status. We're still not there yet. There we go. So the parts we had put on, we did buy one of these, so we need to put that on first. Put that on first, just to check and make sure. I don't think we've come close to it yet. Okay, that's all the parts. Alright, cool. Wait. No, we didn't remove the drive chest. Okay. Now we can go back down. Okay, so, car status. We're still not there. So what I'm going to do is you need to keep track of this, and I just didn't. Alright, so supercharger V8. 5%, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 8, 9.5, 9.5, 10, 11, 12, 13.5, 14, 15, 16, 17.5. So that's where we're at, 17.5. 17. Let's do fuel filter to make it 18. Let's do 18 there. So we're at 18. This is what you need to keep track of. So 18, 19.5. That's going to take a lot, by the way. So we're going to do spark plugs and wires then. So 18.5. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's probably 19.5. So put that in there. Alright, this should hopefully do it. So if we have if we had 18.5, and then 19, 20, 21, 22, or let's say 21, and then 22.5, 23.25, 24, 25. I don't think that's gonna do it. It's our car status right now. So we'll just keep an eye on it. Unmount. We did put the right spark plug in here, didn't we? Yes. Okay. So we'll just go ahead and do this. Even though the cover's already red, which I think is kind of funny. Okay. So what are we at right now? Alright, we're not there yet. $35 to 40% is pretty darn. It's pretty darn high, so we do have to be careful not to go too far over. Now you can keep track with the dyno, but that's okay. Alright, still not there yet. If I had to guess, we're probably like 25%, 25, 26%, maybe 28%. Okay, so now we're gonna do air filter. Should we do air filter? We're just kind of doing the simple stuff like ignition. We'll do the air filter. I think the air filter gives you a boost. Oh, it gives you a boost of 1. Okay. still not there yet. It's fine. The other thing to do that's easy is like brakes and stuff like that. Yeah, because there's nothing much more we can do up here. So, I think we're gonna do brakes. Just because brakes are easy. And plus brakes do give you a lot. Come on. Give me all the brakes and brake discs. I thought this was going to be a fast job. Apparently not. It's not as fast as I thought it was going to be. But I think this is the last story mission, if I had to guess. Wait. Oh, there's no brake discs, is there? Oh no, we already have. We have 2 brand new ones. Yeah, there's just brake disc ventilateds. I can't believe there's no brake discs. BRA. Drilled and slotted. I don't know. We'll test. These give you the most. Oh, you can. Okay. Car status? No, we're still not there yet. Should be getting close, though. We'll just give it some race brakes, why don't we? Nope, not there yet. Should be getting close, though. We gotta be getting close, like the next brake disc might push us over that edge. So that's an extra 16 doing these. I was hoping, anyway. I need a calculator. we might have gone over. I'm not sure. We're still not there yet? We might have gone over. We'll see here in a second. I'm going to do some calculations. I'll be back with you. Okay, so I might have overcalculated just a little bit. So first of all, I'm going to take out these fuel rails here. And that should hopefully put us at the right one, because we're right in the ballpark there. So fuel rail DI, we need 2 of those. Just the regular ones. plus the 1.65. So we need to find a little bit more. So we're at 34.65 at the current moment. We're like doing bare minimum right now. What's a single thing that you can do? This might be. This is going to be a challenge. Alternator. Let's do the alternator. Wait. Alternator's 1.5. Okay, yeah, we can do alternator. Alright, let's do the alternator. Crap, we need to take off the tensioner. No, this one. Yep, we can do the alternator. What? That should have put us right at plus 1.5. Oh, that should have put us at 36.15. What? Game? I think you're drunk. Go home. Alright, let's try this here. I think the power steering club is also... We did press the right alternator. Yes, we did. Okay. I did the calculations correctly. Unless we're over still. This is only 1.5 as well. What the... Okay, hold on. Something ain't right here. I had trouble with this before, I remember. Oh, we didn't count the air filter in this. Hold on. Let's take the air filter out. Yeah, we didn't count the air filter. I think it's only one, though. So it shouldn't have mattered, but... Okay. So that's only one. Let's put that back in. Okay. Unless the brakes no longer count as increasing the performance. And that is possible. Okay. So let's count what we got right now. By the way, you won't be able to see this, unfortunately, but so 4, we're increasing the brake discs increase 4. So 4 times 4 equals 16. So then we did the supercharger, which is plus 5, which equals 21. And then the intake manifold, which is plus 3. And that's 24. And then we did the ignition. We did the ignition coils, which are 0.75. So we'll remember the 24 number. 0.75 times 8 equals 6. So 24 plus 6 equals 30. Okay, and then we did the spark plugs. So spark plugs are 0.13. So 30, so remember the 30 number, so 0.13 times 8 equals 1.04, but we'll just say 1. So we got 31 there because we had 30 plus that it is 1. So then we did the fuel rail, or the fuel filter, which is 0.6. So we'll say 0.5 and 0.5, or 1.5. So the fuel pump and fuel filter is 2. So we'll say plus 2, which equals 33. Okay, so we're at 33. Oops. Plus the throttle body V8, which is 1.65. So plus 1.65 equals 34 and 13/20ths, which is 34.65. Okay, and the air filter is in here, right? So the air filter is 1. So plus, or was it 34.65 plus 1 equals 35.65. So we should be in this, because we're at 35.65. Okay, part mount. So 1.5, so plus 1.5, it should equals 37. Okay. So that should work. Because we took out the other fuel rails and we put in normal ones, so we won't be counting those. Obviously, counting those among this haul. Let's put the normal power steering pump on. I'm going to mount everything first, and we'll see why. We should be at 37.15 right now. Unless the brake discs no longer count, which would be annoying. Okay. Yeah, this should be at 37.15. I don't get it. So we minus 4, 8, 12, 16. So let's say the brake discs no longer count. Let's go minus 16. That puts us back at 21.15. Okay. So we're going to keep track fully. I don't know if the brake discs count anymore, which is annoying, to say the least. So 1.5, so plus 1.5, 22.65. Okay. Oops. Is this a bit buggy or something? Is that why? Okay, car status, nope. Alright, part unmount. Let's go ahead and unmount the fuel rails. Let's go ahead and remount remount these ones. So plus 8, plus 4, plus 4. So we're at 30.65 right now. Alright, the other way you can increase performance on this mission is exhausts. So we're going to type in, is it EXH? Okay. Let's find the exhaust V8s. The tips. That's what I want to go for first. Or you just type in V8, I guess. That would also work. Trying to find So the rear muffler, or rear muffler. Just unmount these. So 2 of those. So plus 7 plus 7. That should put us there. Yes. Okay, so the brake discs do not count. Noted. They used to count. Okay. It's like, yeah, they used to count. I'm pretty sure of that. Oops. Hold on. No, you put your old brake discs back on. I want my expensive brake discs back, since they do not count towards the performance. They must have changed that at some point then, which is actually kind of annoying. Either that or this is bugged. No, it's not bugged. Okay, so now we know. Now we know. It used to be, that used to count, brake discs. Could have swore anyway. Those used to count towards the car's performance. But now we know. So now you know what not to do, and what to do in order to get to it. So yeah, we'll just take back all of our expensive racing brake discs. There it is. Give me that back. You can have your normal, everyday brake discs back. Yep, it still is counted, so yeah, definitely. The brake discs do not. Exhaust is one of the fastest ways, anyway. I should have probably just went for that instead, but I thought, brake discs. Since I had to take these off. But never mind. Okay. Let's put the car down. That should be everything. Yep, still done. Oops. Finish. Hooray! Now we're at $102,000. Now we'll just sell all of our other stuff. Oh wait, let's go and repair stuff real quick. Just so we can get the max amount of money out of this stuff. Did you say that $259 to repair? I don't know if it was worth it. We'll see. Okay. Continue. Yep, nothing there. Yep, nothing there. Okay. Sell parts. Sell everything. Okay. Open up the case. We'll do left of center and right of center. Oh, and a bonus case. Very nice. And we'll do center left this time because we haven't done a center left in a while. Okay. Got a little bit of money. And a bonus barn find map. Put that back in there, put that in there. Alrighty. That was such a quick job, but it took us half an hour. I'm sorry. It took us over half an hour. We're almost at 7 hours. What's our next job? We're out of story orders. Hooray for us. We finished all the story orders. I'm glad I went through with that. Now we can start doing barn finds next time. Next Saturday. We'll do some barn finds and things. But yeah, congratulations to us. We have completed all the story missions. So yeah, hope that was helpful through all the episodes and stuff like that. Yeah, again, I hope you enjoyed, as well as again, hooray for us. We not only passed all the story missions, but we're at 50 subscribers right now. Let's keep on a pushing, everybody. Yes, let's keep on a pushing. But yep. Again, hope you enjoyed this episode. If you watched all the way through, thank you for that. If you've subscribed, liked, commented, all that stuff, thank you for that as well. And until next time, goodbye.